All right, all right, all right. I think we are live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday evening to you. Happy weekend, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Excited on this Pisces moon day to dive in and see what Spirit has for us. We, of course, will do spill us some tea with your brother Z. So welcome. So happy to have you here. Before we jump into everything, let us just come back to this moment. We'll do that as we always do, or lately at least, to take a big deep breath and come back to this moment. So we'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't pass out or hurt yourself. Just a gentle coming back to focusing on the moment and slow exhale, leaving the future, leaving the past, leaving the chaos of the outside world. Come back to the bubble of the beautiful being of you made of unconditional love energy, right? And then we'll bring in the singing bowl here for more energy. But let's start off with a big deep breath. If you want to join me, let's do it. Here we go. Big deep breath. Beautiful. Just calms you down immediately, don't it? And then, of course, I will hit the singing bowl trace times, 3 times. And as we do this, we can just allow that beautiful love energy of of who we are, of what we're made out of, just excel to become like a big pulse that just moves throughout our entire being, our mind, our heart, our physical bodies, our spiritual bodies, filling us up and going out to the outside world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. So I'll do that. I'll hit it 3 times. And as we're doing that, something you can do to raise your vibration immediately is what? That's right, gratitude. So thinking of just one little thing we're grateful for in this moment, sincerely uh, thanking the creator and having that feeling and emotion and energy of gratitude allows us to receive from spirit, but it also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So that's a win, 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 win all the way around, right? So I love it. So I will hit the singing bowl. I'll start off at a little distance because you never know how loud it's going to be. And remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Beautiful energies as per usual. Loving it, loving it. We'll put it over here. So thank you guys for being here. What an amazing, amazing, fun energy. We had some snow today after I went to the gym. I'm so proud. I'm doing it for the love of my body to make it healthier, get rid of some of this unhealthy padding. Um, and so we can be around as long as possible, right? So I'm excited. A beautiful, beautiful day. So thank you guys for being here. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z, and we are here to spill some tea, which we'll get to here in uno momento. Um, but we have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, welcome. There is always room for more Zen friends, and we try to keep it high vibrational love as much as we can, and joy and laughter. So, welcome. Thanks for joining us. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 cards. You just put your question out there or ask for a general reading if you don't want to share your you know sometimes we're like, I don't want to ask that question out loud. We can do a general reading, and spirit knows what you're wanting to know, so they'll bring you messages. Or if you don't know what you want to hear, I just like, I want to hear from spirit, but I don't know. Yeah, what do they have to say? It can be a general reading too. um but if anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I prioritize those, step out of the free readings, dive deeper, pulling more steaming tea uh, for those. And then we also get a fortune cookie, kind of like an oracle card of some sort, um, that rounds out the reading. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Square. Don't have any, I don't know if I just said that. I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can, and because the cost of living and the difference of income across the world is all different, rate of exchange. So I do honor that. But I also know not everyone has that to give. And that's why we do try to get to free readings every session, 2.5 hours in. If I do not get to any free readings, I will step away from donations, take about 30 minutes to complete as many free readings as I can, and then I return back to donations, finish those out always, and then if I have more free readings left, and energy from spirit, which I have been lately, we go in and we finish out as many free readings as we can too. Been finishing them all for a little while now, and I can't see that stopping anytime soon, but you just never know. What else? What else? Oh, yeah, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment on the stream listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you come back and find your name, click on it, takes you right to your reading. You don't have to go searching for it. I know, super fancy. All right, so that's the big stuff on how everything works. Also, every new moon and full moon, I do have a drawing where I give away one 30-minute personal recorded reading, or in lieu of that, you can also choose one of my energetic hedges. So if you haven't got into that, we have a full moon drawing coming up on March 3rd. It's a lunar eclipse. We had a solar eclipse a couple of days ago for the new moon, but this one's for the full moon. So check that out. It's always down in the description area of the video too. If you're ever wondering, what's the next drawing coming up, it's always listed on there. And of course, we're still around that Aquarius new moon energy, um, from Tuesday. So we still can make the most of that new moon energy, especially since we're right in the middle of the eclipses between the solar and the lunar eclipse. Powerful gateway. So use as much of that energy as you can right now. We've entered the year of the fire horse too. So zip, zip, zip. We got that action energy going on. And it's just going to continue to go because March 20th, when we come around to springtime, we start in Aries energy. So there's a lot of stuff coming forward. So be on the lookout. But use the most of that energy as you can. And then lastly, we just came out with a new episode of my podcast, The Easier Path. This one was called Peace Interrupted. But if you want to catch up on the entire playlist or any of them, the playlist link is in the description area or it's on my main page at the very top as well if you go there. So exciting stuff. Easier Path podcast. It's we share a story of some sort of drama or trauma that I learned the hard way, or someone else too. If anyone has any, we had one where someone wanted to know about a situation they were going through and they wanted to share. So I give a detail on it, and we'd find out why the human perspective, why we do what we do as humans, and then from spirit's perspective, why we want to go through that and their perspective of the situation, and then hints on how to make it an easier path. So, if you're wanting an easier path, check it out. If you don't, check it out anyway. You can give it to someone else. All right. So that's what we have for all the blah 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 stuff. But I like to make sure you guys know everything that's free out there, all the drawings that are out there, information that's out there. Um, and of course, also, I do offer personal readings and energetic hedges. All that's down in the description area if you're looking for a personal reading. I do that, as well as all of these. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights doing these readings. So there you go. So at this point, I'm going to do some shout outs. Say hi to everybody. Make sure my list is all up to date here for the readings, and then we'll get into it. So let's dive in here. We got JoJo laughing at me, laughing with me. I know you laugh with me, not at me, right? But thank you. I see 2 donations from you. We'll get you on the donation list up here. So good to see you. Yo. And then we have um is that Mahadi? Mahadi, Healing Tarot. Hello, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. We got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. We want to get your free reading up on the list here as well. We got Jean XO in the house. Hey, G. We'll have you. Good to see you, of course, as always. Hello, love. And we'll get you on the free list here. We got Deb. Hello. You trying to lose some weight too? Moving the body. I know it's all about eating differently, different portions and time of day and moving the body and trying to de-stress, and it's good. That's that time. I always say, um, had I known I was gonna live this long, I would have taken better care of my body. But I'm bung. All right, I like that. Sing baby sing, wah wah wah. You're so funny. And then we have Fairy Tale Nihal as well. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. Liveva Gara. Yay. Hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. Happy weekend. I am doing well, Olivier. Hope you're doing well. I'm enjoying it. Sound a little congested today because we've been having, well, it was like 15 degrees out. I didn't walk to the gym today. Actually drove because it was a little too snippety to do that, and it was supposed to snow. And after I got home from driving, it did snow. So I love snow, so I was very happy to see that. All right, and then we have Ateshi Singh in the house. So Ateshi, got you on the free list here. Nelly Medeiros, I have 2 donations for you. So thank you for those. And I'll give an update on where we're at on the donation list before I begin. And then we have Sudeshna Ghosh, 2 fresh donations today, plus the IOU. Thanks for answering and giving me your question from last night that YouTube evidently wanted to keep it secret between the 2 of you, but secret's out. Now we'll you'll be up first for that one. All right. And then we have Swarut Bobby. Hello. We got you on the free list, and user PC. We got you also on the list here. So thank you for that. And hey, Aditya, hello. Let's see here. What's the tea today? I know, right? We shall take a look see here. All right. And thank you, Deb, for your donation. We get that also on the list, and I just had one come through on Z PayPal as well. All right, Maria P, we got you. It just came through here. Yes, just now. All right, so we'll add you on to the donation list as well. All right. Well, I'm not drinking the tea. This is coffee, but I know you're talking about the real tea, right? What's happening? But I got some nice coconut, something flavored toasted coconut with some hazelnut, zero sugar creamer. Yummy, yummy, right? So cheers, everybody. That'll keep me nice and toasty and warm. All right. We're going to continue to use the graffiti tarot this evening in honor of the Aries moon. That's right. We're in the Aries moon, not Pisces, but we're in Pisces season. So happy birthday, all you Pisces sun babies. So we'll continue to use the dream ritual for everyone's first donation, and any additional ones, then we'll move to the yin yang oracle, insights oracle, for your fortune cookie. All right. So that's what we're going to do. All right. So where we're at on donations, we'll have Sudeshna up first for the IOU from last night, and then 2 from today. So there'll be a total of 3 for Sudeshna, 2 for Nelia, 2 for Jojo, and then Deb 1 and Maria P 1. And that's where we're at for donations right now. For the free readings, the list I have is User PC, Swabroot, Bobby Ateshi, Singh, Livia Vagata, Fairy Tale Nihal, Gene XO, Maria P, and Mahade. Is the V silent? Mahade? Maybe. I don't know. I'm probably mispronouncing it. My apologies. But the Healing Tarot, you're up on there. And that's all I have right now. So if you posted a question, I don't see it here, so please repost. YouTube's been a little quirky, but thankfully it's free um, for all of this, but except for them taking, a portion of all the donations, but that's all right. We'll celebrate that we have so much that we can be grateful for because we're meeting here across the world, right? Isn't it amazing? I love it. All right. So let's get into it, everyone. Thank you again for all the thumbs up and all the love and support. I'm so glad you're here. And I'm glad we're in this together and not all on planets all by ourselves, dealing with everything solitarily. We're here all together. So much love. All right, let's dive in. Sudeshna, you're up first. So here's your IOU from last night. We'll put it like this, IOU. So we'll do that one. And this one was the next 72 hours for you, please, and guidance. Let's see here. We've got 24, 24, and 24. So those are the next 3 days. That does add up to 72, I believe. This is going to be for overall. What about each of the days? What guidance can we have there? All right, we got it. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the star card here. I love this deck. They're just so whimsical. But this is it's like a dream come true energy, but it's more clarity around it. Yeah, this makes sense because you do have the Hierophant underneath, the major arcana number 5 of change, and the Hierophant is seeing things from a different perspective, gaining some clarity around this dream come true. The star card, Aquarius energy, air sign energy, but the emotions contained in a vessel, right? And I feel like this is what's coming in here. I feel like these next 3 days, there's an energy of really kind of soul searching in a way of what is it that my dream come true is, of the heart and the mind, the balance between the 2, and I feel like you just get clarity sometime during these 3 days. The overall energy card that came in here, yeah, you got the 9 of Pentacles, so here is this aloneness. Again, I feel like you got this the other day or even last night, possibly, or it was last week, but the wait, what is today? Today's Friday, so maybe it was Wednesday because it feels fresher than, like, a week ago, but that's, beside the point because this is about independence and, kind of doing your own business and doing your own thing, not working for someone else. This feels like um, you're your own boss, which is great, right? Because you get to decide things and you don't have to worry about, all this upper management and everything. You get to decide how you want to present to yourself and what you want to do and what your schedule looks like and how hard you work or how hard you don't need to work at times too, right? So I like that for you as the overall energy. This is part of, I feel like, what you're kind of spinning and thinking about. Your first 24 hours, yeah, you do have the 3 of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. And this is a positive card for you for this next 24 hours because it's a blessing in disguise. You're seeing, like, what is all this stuff that I felt I needed to do that I just feel like I don't feel fulfilled in doing it, even though I thought this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm achieving stuff and it feels empty. And I like this awareness that comes in here because, with things not unfolding the way they're supposed to, thank God, whoever our higher powers are that we believe in, because otherwise we'd continue to stay in this spiral that feels like we're going down instead of up. And because had these things made you feel fulfilled, you would want more of it and continue more, and you wouldn't get to live the dream that your heart would want to make it, fulfilling and feeling like you're living life. The guidance underneath that, yeah, you have the Knight of Wands. This is the quest of stepping into your power, realizing whatever you know, focus on is what, of course, you draw into your life. But it's also, I just feel like this is a quest to find your passion, to find out where your energy is taking you and instead of at a fear energy trying to, meet up to stuff, this is where your joy and this positive passion energy, where is it drawing you? I feel like the next 24 hours is really gonna, through other disappointments, through other feelings, through thinking about things and just going, "Ugh, I hate this," that kind of energy. I feel like you're going, all right, I'm ready to let this go. um, the second the second day, you have the Chariot, the power of choice energy, the victory movement energy, but this is, I feel like you're realizing, I get to choose what my life is. I get to choose with especially with this Knight of Wands energy that you're learning is, I get to live my life in whatever, each moment I'm choosing is what I draw more in of, right? And that's the 4 areas like of humanity that we live, right? Our mental stories and choices, our emotional choices, and what we're choosing to feel, and our where we're focusing our intention and attention, and what we're doing in the physical world. All of that is energy that's putting out a beacon to draw more of those things in as well. So I um I like that. The guidance under there, yeah, and the 2 of Pentacles. This is about choosing what to do in the outside world. So this does have to do with career. And I feel like there is some good reflection energy that comes in these next 3 days because I feel like that's number 1 that's most concerning in your life right now, right? Besides love, I know, right? This is like career is is who we're dating right now, right? That's my love of my life is my work right now. So you're trying to figure out what is this dream love, what is this? And I feel like this is a big piece of what's going on is I can continue to choose what I've always done and get what I've always gotten, which is feeling unfulfilled, right? Or I can look outside of the box, look outside of the expectations, look outside of everyone's opinions. And what is it that I would want to do? Again, Cancer moon energy of the chariot is, of course, huge emotional energy, which is pointing you to your heart. And then day 3, you've got the King of Cups, the balance between head and heart. This is something that came up again, I feel like in the reading we were talking about your job and your career, and this is something that, the King of Cups rules over the emotions. It's following your heart, but your mind can support it. Doesn't mean that we're just go, you know, "I'm gonna become a tightrope walker in a circus." It's like, well, let's let's take it a step at a time, right? It's like, "Well, that's my dream come true," and it's like, "All right, let's get your mind to support you." And maybe they have you start a YouTube channel that helps bring in money. Your mind will do things to help support you know the tightrope walking of Sudeshna Ghosh. But it's going to help you support your dream, not just by doing the one thing, but it's going to show you, because the more we ask our mind and tell our mind, this is what I want to do, it'll give us more support to do that versus, I'm supposed to do that. And it'll show us proof and how we need to do that. So when we change our mindset, everything changes. And this is beautiful with the King of Cups, day 3. Underneath that, you do have the Seven of Cups. Yeah, that emotional confusion. So many dreams. What is it that I wanna do? And you'll whittle it down. You might have a lot of things that are coming at you of, this is what I wanna do and how I wanna do it, but this is the power of choice. There's no wrong choice, which is important to know. Spirit doesn't look and go, "Oh, you better do this. If you don't do this, you fail." No, they're like, it's all about possibilities. You're a forever being. You're eternal, right? So you'll never run out of options because we have so many, and we're going to be everything and try everything at some point. So there's no wrong choice, and we don't choose twice um, in life. Usually, we always choose something slightly different, even if it's in the same. I want I'm gonna be with this kind of person I was in a past lifetime, except this time they've got curly hair instead of straight hair. It's even those kind of things. We just look for variety in all our lifetimes. So hopefully that helps. Let's see. We're gonna go to the insights yin yang because it's technically your third one from last night or your second one. So we will um, pull from this and then your first question of your first donation for night, then we'll get a dream one from that. But so you got freedom with Uranus. Uranus rules over Aquarius, which is what your underlying energy was for the star card, right? So this is all about leap of faith, breaking free, new cycles, fast change, new direction. It all supported of going a different direction than where you've been going because that's of the mind, but you're going to follow your heart eventually one way or another. So I like this for you. Right, so that's your first one there, Sudeshna. Thank you again for your multiple donations. We'll dive into your 2 for this evening. Cheers to you. Yum yum. Let's see, we did get another one. Come in here. All right, thank you for your additional donation, Maria. So we'll put you down for 2 here. Boom, boom. All right. So Sudeshna, for your first one tonight, we've got 2953 for you. Boom, boom. There we go. And you wanted to know, let's give it a love and a like since it lets me do that here. Oops, sorry, that was JoJo's. We will come back and do that here, but let me scroll up. Get to the right one. There we go. So, working at Cognizant, there you go. After your project ends on March 31st, will they remove you from the company? Will you lose your job or will there be a temporary solution? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will they remove you from the company? All right. Um, then will you lose your job? That's both of those together. And what are is there going to be any temporary solutions here? Yeah, I feel we've got here. You've got the 10 of Pentacles and the Strength card underneath. You even got the Knight of Swords. These are like having the courage and the strength that you will find a way here. You're going to be fine with this 10 of Pentacles. And the Knight of Swords is a quest for clarity and new information. And um, so I feel like this is um, a great energy of like kind of like calm. It's like um, take a breath, don't panic, um, but be looking outwardly. Follow your strength, follow your courage, look for something else out there. And that Knight of Swords is the quest for clarity around it all. So I do like that for you. Will they remove you from the company and will you lose the job here? We've got the Knight of Pentacles and the Queen of Cups. So here is following your heart. The Knight of Pentacles is a slow moving energy. So I don't feel like they will like right away on March 31st, remove you from the company and lose your job. I feel like they're going to find something. Let's see what this temporary solution is here. Yeah, there is a little bit of a block with the 9 of Wands and the 8 of Swords, which is, you know, letting go of some old mindsets that don't serve you. But I feel like it's a temporary, like very temporary. Let's see if what they'll tell us here. Yeah, because you got all these. It's interesting that the 11 looks like a 2, but it's the Justice card. It's seeking clarity and following your heart. This is an opportunity for you to go and find this dream and find and change things, because I feel like it's gonna be, a very short kinda like, "Here, while you're waiting, you can do this," but I feel like it's it's not gonna be I don't know, it's not gonna be like a happy, happy, joy, joy feeling. It's kinda like, "Well, here, do this stuff till we figure out what we're gonna do with you," right? Yeah, I love it. 'Cause I wanted to pull from the when deck, and they're saying, "Don't wait around." You can't make it any clearer than that, right? Don't wait around, get, because it's just gonna get, um, leaner and leaner, meaning there's gonna be less and less opportunities and more, conflict and more, people being stretched to do a bunch of stuff, um, and not being, compensated for what they're, putting everyone through. Um, they're basically expecting you to give with what they're paying you right now, and you're like, "Huh, okay." But I don't feel like it's gonna last for long. They're saying, "Don't wait around," so, don't wait around. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. This is from the Dream Ritual cards. And you've got, yeah, nourish yourself. Reminds me of the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So it's important that you do what's supportive of yourself and not worry about everyone else, right? It's like you've got to take care of you because no one else is going to. You're the one that's steering your ship. You can't expect someone else to. Well, you can expect someone else to steer your ship, but you're just going to drift off course because it's going to be a monkey That's gonna be, steering the ship, not a human, because humans can't come on our ships. We're the only ones that can decide for us, and if we don't do it, oh, that's why they said monkey. Our monkey mind will, which is our subconscious. If we're not consciously acting for ourselves, then our subconscious will go kick in, and we're gonna do things like a young child would decide, and it's just gonna drift off, and it's not gonna make sense, right? So the lunar power of this one says taking self-care steps to ensure your diet is healthy, balanced, and dream friendly during the waxing moon phase. The phase of the moon, alive with the energy of planning and preparation, is not just a recipe for quality sleep and dreaming, but for a vibrant life. Yeah, if you're not planning, uh, then right? If you fail to plan, then plan to fail, which there is no failure. But but there's like if you don't plan and move, then you will end up, having this ending that happens at this company, and then you're gonna be like, "Oh, let's go. Oh god, I gotta really work now." So I feel like actively pursue, and that's why these next 72 hours are important. Where are you headed? What's next? And then decide that not from a place of fear, but from a place of where your heart and your passion is drawing you. And then look, right? The nocturnal insight of this card says if you go to bed on a full stomach, whether you have eaten cheese or not, you're not going to sleep well. Lighter sleep can also trigger nightmares. Um, so if you're eating cheese before you go to bed, busted. And it says by far the best recipe for vivid dreaming is to get a good night's sleep. If your body's busy digesting food, you won't reach the deep stages of sleep you need to feel energized when you wake up, and you won't be in a positive state of mind to calmly recall and decode your dreams either. It's dream quality you're after, not dream quantity. I like the correlation we have with this deck, um, of the like our nighttime dreaming, but also like you've got the star card, living your dream come true. The quality of your dream is what's important, not the quantity. So says you may not be aware just how much your diet can impact both your dream quality and your recall. There's a proven link between healthy eating and illuminating dreams. So this is hitting me between the eyes because I do eat sometimes later at night after my sessions. So now we will not. So eating well is essential for your holistic well-being. Make sure that your diet includes nutrients associated with brain function and better dream recall. And the superstar dream nutrient is vitamin B6, which is your dream key because it is needed for proper brain function, memory, and mood, as well as hormone and energy regulation. Of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional. They are probably not either. So always consult, your doctor before or do your research before making your own decision to take these vitamins or not. Because they say taking vitamin B6 supplements before sleep has been shown to increase dream recall, but nutritionists believe by far the best and safest way to get your dream food is through your diet, not through supplements. If you do want to take a supplement, consult your healthcare provider first. See, there they go. They're protecting their butt. There are 8 B vitamins, and as they work together, taking B6 supplements won't be beneficial unless you have enough of the other 7 B vitamins in your diet. Your body can't store B vitamins, so you need to make sure you eat foods rich in them every day. Oh, good. Optimum sources include dark green leafy vegetables, bananas, avocados, sunflower seeds, almonds, beans, lentils, eggs, milk, soya products, oats, whole grains, and fortified cereals. Nice. Your mantra is I nourish myself and my dreams. I feel like that's, if anything, that's what we wanted to have heard, right? So that is what they have for your second question today, your first question technically for today. All right. So that is what they have for that one, Sudeshna. Many blessings to you. Let me just check here. I had some more come in. Let me do some shout outs and we'll return to number 3 here for you, Sudeshna. All right, we got Brenda Globy in the house. Brenda, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. We got Cat Mia in the house. Meow meow. I'll get you on the list here too. Good to see you. And Marissa Smith, I think this is you. It sure is. So we got your donation that came through via the PayPal. Oops, let's get you on the donation list up here. And then we also had MSK. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And you will be up there after Marissa. I'll give an update on where we're at on all of these as well. As before I jump back in here. All right, I think I've got everything. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, all my lovelies. All right. So where we're at, we got one more for Sudeshna, and then we'll have 2 for Nelia, 2 for Jojo, then Deb, 2 for Maria P, and then Marissa, you're up after that, and then MSK, you're up after that. So boom, boom, boom. That's where we're at. All right. So Sudeshna, we got 4153 for number 3. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And let me give that a love and a like up here because it lets me. And then you want to check the energies from April to July for your career. What will happen? What difficulties? Any good news? All right. Let's take a look. So, what do we have happening? I feel like this is April. This is May. This is, you said up to August? Up to July. April, May, June. I don't want any of those. This is the one. Here's July. All right. All right. Yeah, I like this. Bottom of the deck here. They just wanted one card for each month here. So we'll look here. You do have the 8 of Wands. And I feel like things happen fast. And I feel like it's because of your energy, because of your focus. As soon as you know what you want to do, get out of your way is how it works. Because if you're confused and you don't know where to go, you don't act and you don't really move in a direction. But as soon as you know, it's like zap, you're there because you have that. It's like the Queen of Wands energy. You can just, but it's you deciding what you want. And then once you decide it, then everything just unfolds because you take one step and then things just open up. It's like Moses and the Red Sea. As soon as you take a step forward, the seas part and there's the clear path. But it's you taking the first step that unfolds everything. April, you've got the Emperor. Yeah, it's you deciding what you want to do, putting a plan together and taking action. Aries energy, action energy. So exactly what I said. I feel like April is you going, all right, I'm deciding, this is the plan, and then things unfold here. I feel like it's a very solid energy and you feel good about the direction you're heading. And it doesn't mean that, when we make a plan to go this direction, doesn't mean we have to stick to that our entire life because no human can decide their entire life in a moment and expect that's what we're going to do because there's too many things that change in this beautiful, ever evolving society and planet. And so you can go, I'm heading off in this direction. We'll see where I end up. Right. But I like this that you have like April, you put this plan together. And then you take action in it. Then you have here May, right? You got the 6 of Swords. Yeah. Movement energy. You're leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective. And then there is movement that happens here with that 6 of Swords because you're making changes here. then it flows out, and then change happens out here. So I do feel like you make a movement in May, right? April, May. Yes. I should get little stickers so I can remember. But this is May, and I like it. So it is movement of ideas and clarity and action that with what you decide in April, you're really putting it into clear steps in May. And then you have June here. Yep, you got the Six of Pentacles in June. Another beautiful balancing energy, abundance, fullness here. So I like it. I mean, you have all this movement, flow numbers. Even numbers are flow, right? Odd numbers are obstacles. So you've got the underlying energy, the Eight of Wands, this flow of energy, but you got the major arcana number four, then the Six of Swords, the Six of Pentacles, that's unfolding there. So I do feel like you um, you do have this April, May, and June is all these sixes too. That June is I feel like where you get your first abundance coming in, your money coming in for whatever it is that you're going to be moving on to next. And then July, yep, Ace of Wands, more passion. In a way here, I feel like, um, you're putting all of this together and you're creating something secondary for a couple months. Um, but I feel like you're going to be leaving where you're at now at Cognizant sooner than later. This Ace of Wands is this new passion and this new energy of life that comes in here too. But I do feel here, I mean, it feels like movement in May, feels like abundance in June, and it almost feels like then there's extra excitement in July because you got, you know, whatever it is that you're choosing to do here with this June energy, you just feel like, wow, this is amazing. And it just makes you want to do more. And you have a lot of energy that comes in, which the Eight of Wands here too. So, very positive energies here regarding all of your movement away from um, from Cognizant is what I feel all this is about. But it's about you deciding what you want, and then that's the thing, and it's getting out of your head of the fears of, oh, I don't know what I want to do because what is everyone going to think, right? Everyone's thinking about themselves. They're not really thinking about you, so you have to nourish yourself and think about you because no one else is going to do it. Yeah, and you got the past. Yeah, suffering from the past. It's like you're letting go of this past affecting the present, lack, betrayal, victim, let the past go. Again, this energy of don't wait around, let this past go, let this, how you've felt, how you've, you know, the suffering of, what you've gone through with this company. It's time to move into something that's more worthy of you and what you deserve. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All righty. So let me take a quick sip here. We have Nelia times two up next. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Clink, clink. All right. So Nelia, you're up 4912. So thank you for your multiple donations. Here's the first one here. I love your little stickers. Hey, you. So, what does Spirit want you to know regarding your love life, money, and workplace? All right, let's take a look here. Hey, good to see you. I'm doing really well. I'm feeling healthy and enjoying life. What more can we ask for, right? Except I have a Powerball ticket. That would be even nicer. I am grateful for where I'm at in my life, but I could be even more grateful, as we all could agree, right? All right. So Nelia, let's take a look here. What does spirit want you to know about your love life? Okay, we got this and this and that. And then what about money, 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 money? Okay, we got to that. And then I feel like these are about your workplace. And that's underneath there. All right, let's see. What do you have going on here overall? So, yeah, good luck. Thank you. I'll remember you all, when if I win millions of dollars, everyone will get a little something, right? So, bottom of the deck, you do have the moon card here, which, beautiful cycles and changes of the moon. I feel like it's important to know right now, of course, with all of our solar eclipse and lunar eclipses, and right smack in the middle of, well, not smack, but middle-ish between the two eclipses. So a lot of this is influencing what's going on in your love life and your perspective of what's going on. So it's good to know that underneath there. I don't feel it's about anything about secrets or anything coming out. This feels more focused in on the moon energy itself. For love, you've got the Four of Wands and the Four of Cups. So beautiful, stable energies here. Four of Wands is a joyful celebration, a joyful event. It is the marriage card. We're not going to just ignore it, but I don't feel like that's something like being spotlighted right now. But there is this energy of joy and stability with being on the verge of stagnancy, maybe becoming a little too comfortable, and and I feel like there's an importance to make sure we have date nights, make sure we're doing, joyful things and celebrating life and not just getting into a consistent, you know, uh, I don't know, schedule. you know, it's like we want to keep it alive. We want to move it to another level, right? So I like that energy. Below that, you do have the Ace of Swords. Yeah. So there's some clarity, which is great. That can come in here. I like that. You know, that is what happens with all of these eclipse energies. It does bring things to the surface for us to see, but it's more for us, individually, not about them and blah, blah. It's everyone's a mirror, right? So I do feel like there's some clarity that comes in here. Let's see if that tells what this is. Yeah, the 10 of Cups. What would make, like, what do you want from a relationship? What makes you feel joyful? And I feel like this is like a reflection energy because if I don't know what I want, then how do I know what to ask for? Because if we assume that both of us want the same thing, we're going to be sorely disappointed when we realize not everyone thinks the same. We realize, oh, wait a minute, you know, I don't know what they want, so I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask for clarity, not to put intentions, not to put everything in a cage, just and not like, what are your intentions towards our relationship? It's like, have you thought about anything like what do you want from like relationship and life and stuff if you guys haven't had these deep conversations and just go, because I'm like reflecting on my life, trying to figure it out, and I'm thinking, I don't know what you want either. So I thought I would ask, I'm trying to figure it out. These are some things that I would like to experience in relationship. Doesn't mean it's a must. It's just so you know. And I don't know what you want. So if I know what you want, then if it's something that I would love to be able to help make happen, then I would like to do that. And, you know, hopefully vice versa. But if not, I'll find someone else. No, I'm just kidding. But I like this energy. A lot of clarity coming in. ready to take things to a new level within the relationship to really go, it's been fun, and important to have that fun energy, but also wanna know, what do I want from a relationship? Because otherwise we're just wandering, right? We're just being aimless, and it's like, not that we have to be a goal and going, but it's like, this is what I would like to head toward. We'll see how it goes, you know? So I like that. Not restrictive, more, "Hey, I'd like to head this direction in our relationship." Um or experience this in our relationship or a relationship sometime in my life, if that's something you feel like you would like to do, and they're like, yeah, or they're like, no. Good to know. Doesn't mean it's going to end the relationship, right? It just means clarity. A lot of clarity comes in. Well, we weren't really deep on that, I know. All right, and then money. Let's talk about money. Yeah, you got some new adventures and money coming in here. Again, this is like kind of the energy I was just talking about. The full card is not expectations, but possibilities, and looking at life like a little child, going, anything is possible. So, regarding money, it feels like you're having some of these mindsets that are being eliminated, um, so that you can open up to more possibilities in your life instead of feeling like it has to be a certain way that money comes in. It's like, does it? Let me question these thoughts of restrictive thoughts around money, because this is a new adventure here. Below the surface here, yeah, you got the Queen of Swords and the Six of Swords. Yeah. So, like I was saying, this is all about balancing your head and your heart, letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher place, and that just will take you on this adventure where abundance feels um, like an everyday thing. You know, I like it because the full card is Uranus Aquarius energy too, and it's about the old ways don't work anymore. Let's find some new ways of thinking. All that air energy. So definitely, there's a lot of thinking and thought processes around money. Oh, you, I'm thinking that infinite possibilities, right? Even if it's a coupon that you save 50% off your groceries, it's like, "Oh, look, that didn't bring me in money, but it saved me money." There's so many different ways things can unfold. But I like this. I feel like that's where we're at, letting go of any lack mentalities and focusing on defining ourselves by those things and seeing things from a higher perspective, from a place of gratitude, of course. Because when I'm grateful for what is, then more here, right? Right, 50% off, why not? Let me find that coupon. So, I like that for you. And then your workplace, oh, you got the work card here. What do we have here? Yeah, figured. Wow, 3 major arcana here. You do have, the 10 of wands, which is a change of energy, right? And endings and beginnings energy, but there's also this changing from work feeling like a burden, again, that I'm switching it to, um, what do I like about it, right? What am I grateful for? That it's abundance that comes in here too, right? And so it's really interesting because you got the devil card, which is Capricorn, Saturn energy. Capricorn rules over the 10th house of work. You got the 10 of wands. um But this is about, letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, this rattling of your cage regarding work to be free from it. Because if we don't like kind of evolve our thinking around work, like one of the ones that comes to mind, which happens to all of us in our life at some point, which is I don't feel appreciated for the work that I do at a job. And so I leave and I go to another job. And then suddenly I don't feel like they're appreciating me for the job that I'm doing. So I go to a different company. And then I experience the same thing. And we, because it's work is a mirror for us that shows us what we want to see about ourselves. Then we realize I was not recognizing my worth because I was defining my worth by what they were paying me or what they were recognizing my job or not. My annual review was a meets expectations. How dare they, But, but I like this clarity that's coming in here because you do have here I do feel like you're gonna be leaving where you're at, not because you're going away. I feel like they're wanting to make sure that you're not running away from something because 'cause you're just gonna run right into the arms of what you're running away from, right? But if you're going to something like this judgment card, which is like your calling, and the strength card, Leo energy, that you're having the courage to go somewhere where you maybe can lead because it is leadership energy with that Leo lion energy. But at the very least, it's the courage to step forward and follow your dream with that judgment card. Yeah. Below the surface, we have the Three of Swords. Expectations equal disappointment. So there is that energy that's flowing below the surface, with all of this about we have expectations in everything pretty much because we grew up being given a lot of stories about how everything is supposed to be and should be. So it's a lot of what's going on in your life and all of this. It feels like I'm questioning why I want what I want, and understanding it, and then having the courage to ask for what I want in relationship. Um, Having that transformation and what does money mean and how can it come in? Not how does it have to or supposed to? How can it come in? And gratitude for what I do have. It's always back to that gratitude. And the job too. What is my dream? You know, what is it that would make me so happy to go to work every day and that it wouldn't even feel like work and it would be enjoyable and I'm not using it to define me. It's an expression of who I am instead. So I like this energy coming in here. I feel like that's where they have. Let's look at your dream ritual oracle. So for this one, you'll get this. For the other one, you'll get the yin yang ones here. I feel like this is yours. For this one, you got illuminate. Yeah. A lot of light being shown on even new moon energy, right? Being shown upon your life. Um, a lot of clarity. They showed me in my head. It must be a Harry Potter movie. Oh yeah, it's when he had the map and he's walking around the dark and suddenly Snape has you know, the wand and suddenly in the darkness there's light. That's what they showed me in my head. So the lunar power of this says this ritual, well, this is the moon water ritual, on which we're not reading the ritual itself, but um, the ritual of moon water does remind you how vital drinking water is for your holistic health and well-being. It will also nurture the deep and sacred connection between dream work and lunar energy. So performing it lets your body, your dreaming mind, and the universe know that you fully intend to absorb into your waking life the wisdom of your dreams. With the exception of the dark moon, it can be done throughout the moon cycle, but the newfound illumination after darkness that we experience whenever the moon is waxing or full is optimum. Nice. So transformative energy, but there's something about nurturing and drinking in your dream. What is your dream come true? Sometimes we went our entire life living someone else's dream. We don't know what ours is. But your nocturnal insight says water is life. You truly can't live or dream without water. Every cell, tissue, and organ in your body needs it. But many of us fail to pay enough attention to the quality and quantity of the water we drink. In much the same way, many of us neglect to pay enough attention to dream recall and decoding and its ability to inform, transform, and illuminate every area of our lives. There's that message impacting every area of your life. As well as for your physical well being, water is also needed for clear thinking, as your brain consists of around 80% water. If you're dehydrated, this will have a negative impact on your brain function and make you feel tired and unwell and decrease your chances of dream recall. Many of us grab tea, coffee, ah, or sugary drinks to keep us going, but absolutely nothing beats a simple glass of water for renewed energy and focus. Your first drink of the morning is a wonderful opportunity for you to purify, refresh, and nourish your body and your brain with what they are craving: water. It's almost like craving your dream come true, too. Experts recommend drinking around 8 glasses of water a day or 2 liters. This sounds like a lot, but if you ensure the first 2 glasses are your moon water, you're at least a quarter of the way there. And if you drink your moon water with full awareness of its refreshing and energizing benefits, you may find that your mindful approach improves its tastes and triggers clearer dream recall. Your mantra is I absorb the magical power of my dreams. Okay, now I want to read the ritual for the moon water. So I feel like this can help all of us. So I'm being nudged. Let me just skip this thing here. Pshk. There it goes. So the ritual for moon water. So before retiring to bed, find 2 empty drinking glasses or bottles. Fill those 2 glasses or bottles with clean, fresh water from a source where you drink that water regularly. Don't seal that glass or bottle with a lid. Then leave the bottle or glass on a window ledge under the light of the moon. The only time you can't do this is when the moon is dark. The following day, when you get up, make the first drink of your day your glass of moon infused water. Drink the entire glass. And as you drink, feel the energy of the moon flow into your body, where it will ignite your dream recall and intuition. Throughout the morning, drink the second sacred glass of moon water. Notice if you have any further dream recall. Interesting. So there we go. Illuminate. All right. So that's for your first one there, Nelia. Thank you again for that donation. And we will get in here. So for number 2, we're at 107.46. Here is that timestamp. Oh, and we got here, Cat Mia. It looks like we updated your question. Let me just update that real quick here. Boom, boom. All right. So for your second question, you got after your cousins get together dinner, your cousins will meet Russ for the first time. Ooh, uh-oh, dun, dun, dun. What will they think of him? What will Russ think of them? And will your sister attend the get together dinner? Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. Let's take a sip here real quick. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, what will they think of him? Just overall. Okay. What will they say and what will they really think? What will Russ think of your cousins? Like, what will they say they thought and what will they really think? Will your sister attend the get together dinner? All right. We got those that came out here. All right. It's funny. We got a lot of this, Ace of Swords is on the bottom here. A lot of clarity that comes in here. And I feel like a lot of the clarity that comes in is how you perceive others has changed. Because I feel like as you get together with everyone, you're realizing how they share things and what you're picking up. You're like, well, I didn't realize how everyone says what they think you want to hear but they don't share what they're feeling on the inside. And I feel like you kind of pick that up, that everyone is all concerned about themselves and how they appear, not really about how other people, like, what does everyone think about me is what everyone's thinking, not so much about, you know, really who people are. They're all kind of focused in on, where do I fit in kind of energy. That's interesting, right? Let's take a look here. So, what will your cousins overall say they think of him? Yeah, here's the full card, someone who's full of possibilities and, this um it's Aquarius energy, so they're going to think, well, he's kind of different, he's quirky, he's interesting. Um he's not your normal, you know, thing, cuz this is the full card is all about no expectations, full of that full of possibilities energy, which is cool. But I feel like they say, yeah, he's so different. Yeah, just that's the kind of energy. Oh yeah, he's different. He's exciting. It's refreshing. Kind of energy, but quirky. Underneath the surface, what do they overall think? Knight of Swords. Not quite sure what they think. They want more information. I feel like they want to get to know them more because that Knight of Swords is a quest of getting more clarity. For that Ace of Swords on the bottom. So it's like, well, I don't know. It's like the jury's out. I'm not sure. I wanna get to spend more time with them before I decided, because they don't know what to think of them with that Aquarius energy, that's there. It doesn't mean they're an Aquarius, but it's like that's kind of the energy that's around it. Because being an Aquarius, I get it. We are different. We do think differently. We act differently, um, in general, and this is like we people sometimes don't know what to think in the beginning. They're just like, you're just like odd. And I don't know, you don't fit in any of the boxes that I have prearranged, so I don't know what to do with you. That's the kind of energy I feel they have. That's funny. All right, what will Ross say he thinks of your cousins? Yeah, the Page of Wands. They're energetic and passionate about what they believe in, and fiery, uh, kind of energy there. So it feels like they're just like, wow, they're really energetic, um, and it's funny because I feel like they have a lot to say, and he's trying to put it in a way of like and this is could be why they wanna spend more time, because I feel like they spend a lot of time talking. Your cousins spend a lot of time talking, and Russ is basically answering questions here and there, and then they bring it back to themselves, right? Like, "Well, where did you go to school?" They're like, "Oh, we went to school in blah, 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 and da, 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 but da, 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 da." So what would they wouldn't ask this, but what was your favorite, class? "Oh, it was da, 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 da," "Oh, my favorite class is," they keep making it about themselves, it feels like here. Um And that's why I feel like he thinks that they're passionate and they've got a lot to say. They really have a lot to say, kind of energy. Underneath the surface, we got the 6 of Wands. So really they feel like it was a victory. They feel like they went through the gauntlet and survived. Overall, I feel like they're, you know, happy. More so, I feel like about that they just made it through the situation than than he was focused in on getting to know them individually. It's just like, all right, it's like I'm going again, a gauntlet. You know how you go through a line and they all beat you. You're like, I made it. I survived. I feel like is his big energy, because I feel he's a little nervous in meeting them all, because he does feel like he's gonna be under the microscope in a way. And then you wanna know if your sister is gonna be there. It looks like that they will because you have the 10 of Pentacles and the World card, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's victory energy, both of these cards, and ending and beginning energy for both with the 10s. But it's family and abundance, and I feel like, based on current energies here, that they'll be there. And that could be where you get this Ace of Swords, you get some clarity and understanding from where they're coming from, um, as well. So I feel like there can be a new start of communication between the two of you, with that too. See what your fortune cookie brings in here. Oh, we got two. All right. Yeah. So I got it. You got union energy and self love energy, intentions and soulmate. So the self love says focused on destiny, I'm sorry, on desires of the heart, self worth, expansion, and manifesting. So that's where that Ace of Swords kind of comes in. I feel like you're getting some of that, and then also decisions. It says a proposal, but I don't think that yet. An integration of yin and yang energies. So I do feel like there's this coming together energy that's there, but everyone is kind of concerned about their self-love, through it all. It's all just realize it's all a reflection. Everything everyone's doing is a reflection of their own self-love. Doesn't have anything to do with each other. It's just everyone kind of proclaiming where they stand on things. Look at me, right? So that's what they got for you, Nelia. Hopefully that helps bring some calmness to your uh if you have any questions about, yeah, interesting messages, right? Deep. We're definitely in some different energies these days. Readings are feel like they're getting more directed downward because we're in that timing of change. So, but thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for your donations. I appreciate those. Yay, I like it. Because you get to choose for you. Everyone else gets to choose for them anyway, right? So I like it. Right, so many blessings. We got Jojo up next here. So Jojo for number one. Whoops. I think I missed a number there. Oh, that's why. Here is your first time stamp. So thank you for that one. I can give that one a love and a like. So for question number one, I think I saw it up here. Oops. Yep, a general tea read. So let's take a look here and see what the first one. What do they want you to know here? What does Spirit want you to know here? Okay, got those two. That was a surprise card there. We'll see what that's about. What else? Leading to here. All right. What do we have happening? Well, I got the Queen of Wands energy that's coming in. So a lot of action, movement energy coming in here. A lot of connection with spirit because you do have the Three of Cups underneath the surface. So on one hand, I do feel like you are getting a lot of communication from the spirit world coming in here. But also, yeah, because you've got the Strength card, Leo energy. Let's see if I can do this underneath with the Knight of Wands, this fire horse energy. So you got this a lot of fire coming in with the Queen of Wands, the Strength card, and the Knight of Wands, which I feel like they're bringing back in more and more people connecting with you and being drawn to you. And I feel like they are preparing you. Yeah, even underneath that, yeah, you've got the Empress and the World card and the King of Wands underneath and the Ace of Cups. You just got all these cards that are just spewing all of this energy of, you know, ending and beginning energy that's coming in. 2 plus 1 is 3. You have the Three of Cups here too. You've got the Empress, Major Arcana number 3, creating something new. You got the King of Wands, which is deciding what you wanna do and move forward, and the Ace of Cups, which is that energy of following your heart as well. And I just kind of feel like that spirit is really speaking loudly to you, because you're coming up on a very important time in your life where a big shift is gonna happen and you're gonna be able to go in a direction. And so spirit's really activating, but you're also getting used to all of these people coming at you, not in like a, I'm gonna hurt you, but a lot of attention, a lot of people wanting your attention, and that this is helping you for this phase that you're gonna next go into, this next adventure, because you're gonna have to be able to juggle communicating with a lot of people at the same time, but also allowing yourself the grace to not answer to some people as well. So I like that, this bottom of the deck here. Let's see what else they wanted you to know here. Yep, the Hermit. Yeah, I like it. Being content with yourself, connecting with spirit, letting expectations go about, how you're supposed to like connect with other people, and um how they're supposed to respond, how you're supposed to respond. It's a lot of this. I'm not gonna worry about pleasing people. I've gotta really get in tune with who I am and what I want. Yeah, and then underneath that, you have the 7 of Wands, which is exactly what we're talking about, right? Again, Leo sun kind of energy that comes in here, which is like, I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm not dimming my light. I'm not defending things. I'm just gonna shine bright and be myself. I like this energy because I feel like it is preparing you, you know, energetically to be able to deal with a lot of different people demanding a lot of different things and being okay in your hermitude, in, getting silent with spirit and going, what is it that I want? With all this noise going on, la 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 la, what do I want? You got the Page of Swords, yeah, the clarity of things, especially around communication. Feel like it's really you're learning how to respond, how not to respond, and how not to respond at all. Again, coming in. You have the Hierophant underneath, which is learning energy, and the 7 of Cups down there too. Being able to allow yourself to feel a lot of emotions and allow other people to feel a lot of emotions without feeling like you have to do anything about it. That's pretty powerful. I like that. And then you also have the Judgment card. Yeah, what is my calling? Where am I being led to? So this it does have to do with your dream and where you're headed, and it's allowing you to kind of practice it. I don't want to say like with relationships that don't matter, but with relationships that won't impact your dream. I'll put it that way. Every relationship matters, right? But, I like this, that it's not gonna impact your dream. So if you, reply back to someone and it causes a, "Whoa, okay, that I understand now," that I could have responded a different way instead of, I could have waited to text till the next day when I wasn't tired and I wasn't, I didn't take their head off kind of, energy. So, let's see what your dream ritual oracle brings in here. And did you ask your second one yet? So if you make sure you put your second one in there too here, because we'll go to you next. No pressure though. Oh, you did ask your second one twice? What? Oh my God. What the heck? Is it Mercury? Gone retrograde? Well, maybe it was waiting to this moment, right? Maybe it's the wrong question. You never know. Maybe try asking it a different way. Let's see here. Yeah, I like it. So you got regret energy here. Um, and I feel like this is what you're learning through these situations as well. Not to have regrets, right? But to learn from things instead. Oh, you did get some answers? There you go. You're like, okay, never mind. They're like, ask a different one. So the lunar power, this is the full moon, offers you the ability to see clearly during a time of darkness. Seize that opportunity to conquer your fears in your dreams and daydreams. Release the burden of past regrets and bring light, hope, and a sense of direction. Use this enchanting time to choose your thoughts and your dreams wisely, or your words, right? Choose your thoughts, but choose your words wisely as well. So I like that. The Nocturnal Insight says there are always going to be things that happen or you do in life that you regret. And because these regrets can act as roadblocks and cause feelings of sadness or loss, and dreams mirror your state of mind, sooner or later they will show up as distressing dream symbols, such as disaster scenarios, which are expressions of uncertainty or feeling out of control, or teeth falling out, which are expressions of loss, regret, and inadequacy. Oh my gosh. I've had dreams where my teeth were falling out. I have to think back. This was years ago, though. This ritual draws its inspiration from a mysterious tribe that resides deep in the jungle of Malaysia called the Senoi, Senoi. I probably mispronounced that. Although there is a debate about the quality of the research done on them, perhaps because they're so secluded, their attitude toward dreaming is a revelation. They only spend a few hours of their day on material concerns like food gathering and shelter maintenance. Most of their time is spent dreaming, and when they're not dreaming, they're analyzing their dreams. They use their night visions for personal growth and creativity. Young children are encouraged every morning to share their dreams, and if they have faced anything alarming in their dreams, such as a snake or an attack by a wild animal, they are taught how to re enter that dream and face and defeat that threat. The belief is that this preparation will help them in waking life if they face the reality. The beautiful thing about all this is that the Sonoy teenagers don't get nightmares because they've learned to influence and transform their dreams into positive and empowering experiences. The belief is that a positive dream will result in a positive day. In other words, although there are some things in life that can't be changed, you can always choose how you react. There you go. You can choose to turn regret into wisdom, endings into new beginnings, rejection into resolve, setbacks into success, and any perceived weakness into a strength. Wow, beautiful. Your mantra, my dreams prepare and protect me. Very cool. I like it. So that is for your first one there. Oh, yes. I know, right? Good stuff. All right. Let me catch up here on some hellos and add some more people to the donations, and then we will continue on here. So let me just here. So Sean G, thank you so much. I did get 3 donations for you from Zcash app. So thank you so much for those. Get you added on there. And I'll give an update where we're at on the donations here too. So that's 1, that's 2. If you asked your 3 questions, Oh, maybe there's one in one of these here. Let me just check real quick. Nope, not on that one. 'Cause, they've been doing some of the weird stuff on YouTube here. Yeah, so I don't see any questions on your Cash App. So I see 2 questions, Sean. So if you put a 3rd one, the only ones I have is make about making the right decision, and you texted B. So if there's a 3rd one, I don't see it yet, just in case, because they have been removing some stuff. So all right. So we got those. I think that was it. Maybe I didn't have any others. Thought there was more that came in, but uh, nope, I don't see any others. All right. So that is where we're at. We will continue in here. Okay, so I have one more for JoJo. Will be up next, and then Deb, and then two for Maria P, one for Marissa Smith, and then one for MSK, and then three for Sean G is where we're at on donations. C. Cheers. All right. So JoJo 13113. Look at that mirroring. 31 and 13. I was watching a bit of Olympics um, when I was at the gym on the treadmill, and I saw someone in one of the skating things from Estonia, and I was like, "Ah, woo woo!" I cheered for him for you. All right. So, past life, if any, with JG. All right. Let's take a look here. Sorry, that was kind of loud. All right, let's take a look here. So, any past life with JG. Get those. Get that. And this here. Right. What do we have here? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have, okay. I do feel here you got the 10 of pentacles, the 10 of wands. You also have the ace of wands, which ending and beginning energy here. And then the queen of cups. So, um, queen of cups is one of my cards about past life energy, but I feel like they've got these, the ending and beginning energies of the two tens, and then the ace, is all here too, talking about it here. So you definitely feel like there's at least two lifetimes with those two tens energy that's been there. And then that queen of cups is one of my, yes, past life energies. You never watched the Olympics? Yeah. I watch the replays. If I watch if I get involved in wanting someone to win, I get anxiety for some reason. I haven't, discovered the root of that yet, of needing to win. Um, the feelings of loss or something. There must be something there from childhood. But I usually watch, especially if it's a team I wanna win, I look at the score, and then if they won, then I'll watch it. If they didn't win, I'm like, why watch it?" Or if it's a team that something that I don't have, an interest in someone particularly winning, I just wanna see what are they doing, It's pretty funny how, like from spirit's perspective, everything is like a game like we are, um, having these adventures, doing all these fun things. We're all like in Olympics, but there's no medals. It's all about the experience of it, not who wins or loses, because there's no everyone's a winner. We all get participation ribbons. All right, let's take a look here. I feel like they're telling you about kind of these two past lifetimes that are important. This one was the Emperor and the Three of Wands, kind of energy that was here. I do feel like they're in one of these lifetimes with this 10 of Pentacles, there is this kind of betrayal, energy, Yeah, competition, right? Who's the best? Everyone tried. But I like this energy of realization from the past because it feels like here because I feel like this was the relationship, the 10 of Pentacles relationship, and it was someone. I feel like they were the one that were the person that was in kind of a place of power, and I feel like it was a relationship because it almost feels like you had to, um, like you were married, like you were given as the bride in order to get the for your family to get the abundance, so that they could live and survive. But then, the person in power, I don't feel like it was like a king, but I feel like it was tribal, more energies that they, betrayed and didn't give they just took you, said, "Thank you," and they're like, "Well, what about the stuff that you were gonna give us?" They're like, "Here, you can have this," but they didn't keep to their word, and so I feel like there's this betrayal energy that, that you experience in that lifetime with them, and you found ways because you were still, like, being the, bride of the tribal, you you carried a bit of power, but, of course, they always outranked you, overruled anything that if you asked for something, they could always overrule it, but you found ways to get your family some help around 'em. So there was, like, this betrayal, someone not keeping their word in the past, and it allowed you to find ways around their actions and still achieve what you wanted. So, it's interesting that's from the past lifetime, you can see how that applies, if any, to your current lifetime, but I like this empowerment because you could have just went, "Oh, no," and tried to run away or whatever, but you instead stepped in and you were very intelligent and you used the role to do things and to get things done, making the person in charge think it was their idea. That's funny. And then the second one, which is the 10 of wands and the ace of wands. Mm, yeah, this one feels a bit it felt here, with the 5 of swords, conflict, knight of swords. I do feel like this is actually like you were both warriors. Um, yeah, and you got the temperance card, which they're talking about this fight over gold. It was funny because you didn't care about the gold, but, um both of your bosses, it'd be kings or people that ruled over the knights, you were warriors. They both wanted the gold. They both wanted this thing. And it was this battle that raged back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But I feel like you ended up befriending one another because the 10 of wands represents either a burden and then moving into a new way of looking at things. And And I feel like you guys, instead of going, "We don't care about this. We're not gonna die over their desire for gold." And then I feel like you guys went off and became pirates or something, you know? It's like you guys abandoned the military that you guys were in, and you went like you were just friends. It wasn't anything romantic in that one, but you went against and just said, "No, we're outta here." I like that. So yeah, definitely. And I feel like those 2 lifetimes are important, in this lifetime, if not now, in the future. So I like that. And your fortune cookie for this one, yeah, you got spring, timing. It's a timing card. Planting seeds, plans, preparation, putting in the work. So there is something about, spring hoping eternal or something. I don't know what that means. That's from a book or something, I think. But there is like kind of this beginning energy um in this for this lifetime. There's some sort of in springtime, March 20th is a spring equinox, of course, March 20th to June 20th too. So, interesting. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate you. All right. Sleep well eventually. You haven't met him in this life physically, right? Maybe not yet. Springtime. We shall see. But something sparks something. So you never know. You just never know. Film festival, spring film festival. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who this is, but you don't have to say it either. So cheers. All right. Hey, Alice, welcome, welcome. Oh, it's a film person. Yeah. Well, there you go. They evidently know something. So you might bump into them. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your donation. I'll add you on to the donation list and I'll give an update here after a couple more readings, but we'll keep focused here. So, Deb, you are up 141.22. Whoops, that's not a proper thing there. There we go. So, Deb, thank you for your donation. Thank you, JoJo. Good to see you as always. Oh, I didn't give your second donation a love and a like. There we go. And then you have what is this one? Your little hee sticker, Deb. I love it. You want to know, do you spend the money to take the course? So, what's the energy? We'll see the energy if you do and the energy if you don't. So, you can make the choice that aligns to the energy that you want. So, tell us about if Deb does spend the money for the course, what is good for her to know. And then if she doesn't, oh, thank you. Ah, okay. I get you. And if you don't, all right. So let's see what they have here. Yeah, I mean, you've got the moon energy coming in as the main one, and the full card coming in here as the overall energy of the reading here. So, um, if this course has to do specifically with just the moon, very supported here, but I feel like this is, I feel like there's something specifically about moon phases. Um, Period. I'm trying to say more, and they're like, no, period. So there's something about moon phases that's coming your way. But let's see here. If you choose to spend the money for the course here, you got the Five of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles feels like you might feel like I didn't get out of it that you thought you would as much as you thought you would with the money that you paid with that Five of Pentacles. Let's see what's below it here. You have the Six of Swords. You do learn a little bit that does move and bring some clarity with the Six of Swords. So you do learn something there. I just don't feel like a whole lot. You got the Queen of Wands. So it can, I don't know. This feels more intuitive. Like I feel like they're saying that you would learn more from your own intuition and your own self-study, your own actions because because that's who you are, that's how you are, right? Yeah, right? Because it's like, hmm. Yep, and you've got the Five of Swords, so there's conflicting information. I feel like that some of the stuff that comes through it, you're like, well, it almost feels, don't know, almost restrictive. I just feel like it doesn't sit well. All the information kinda doesn't sit well. It kinda takes you in a different direction where you're like, "No." You have the Queen of Swords, you know? Again, you got the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Swords, learning things the way you like to learn it. And I feel like maybe that's more the conflict energy is that they present it in a way that you're like, "That's not the way I would teach that. That's not the way I would approach it. That's an interesting way." I feel like that you'll do a lot more with whatever this other thing that's coming your way. But let's take a look at the other. If you don't, yeah, you got the 7 of Cups. There's a lot of different passions, a lot of different other things that you can do that, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. That's exactly what I was just saying, right? You have all these cups, all these other ones, it's like I'd rather drink from 7 cups than drink from the pitcher. You're like, I'd rather have 7 different small samples, than 1 large, um it's like having they're showing me in my head 7 samples of, like, creamer instead of 1 big jug of vanilla. I'd rather have 7 that I can try, the sampler, and you can sample all these things and glean from the different ones because you do get bored fast, right? That's part of your Aquarius energy, I imagine. Um, yeah, 7 of Pentacles, 2 of Swords. You can take your time to learn the way you wanna learn. You get to create your own story. Very Aquarian energy. Yes. What else? And the Magician, yeah, you know, you realizing you have everything inside of you, already, and the 3 of Cups, which is you'll find a group, of individuals to talk about things with, but that's spirit as well, and yeah, so this makes sense, and even the moon card, of course, the full card is Uranus, which is Aquarius energy, not liking the structure, limitation you want, whoosh, right? And the moon card is this the hidden in the subconscious and the unknown. I would imagine I feel like I was like an astrologer back in Egypt or in some culture because I feel like sometimes intuitively I just know things, but it's like it just bubbles up. It's either from spirit or past life information that comes through. And I feel like you have that too, where you were maybe we were fellow astrologers in Egypt and the pharaoh didn't like our interpretation of what was coming and we ended up buried in the same pyramid. Oops. You get to die with the pharaoh. Oh, crap. Yeah, right? It's just part of it. Let's see what the dream ritual oracle brings in here too, but I don't I feel like that's, obviously, with that energy, it's they know, and you're like, "Yeah, I don't need to spend the money on that." It's more like maybe a little course here, a little book here, you'll be drawn into little interests. So instead of paying like a large amount for a course, I feel like you'll spend it on ebooks and a little thing here, a little thing there, and a lot of free stuff too. So I like it. Yeah, yeah. Reconnecting to your past, reconnecting to your previous knowledge. So I love this. And I feel like there's more, astrology is one avenue that we get to learn more about like who we are and as this human character anyway. But I feel like you can do this much astrology, this thing will interest you, this thing will interest you too, right? Well, um, yeah, me too. Now that you mention it, because There's a book that I read, The Missing Element. It's a good book. Speaking of, yeah, um, and it's Uranus, that's funny. Um, but it talks about the missing element when you're looking at your astrological chart and you notice that there's something, that's not as prominent as the other elements, that it's something that we find another way. But, you know, even though we don't, if we just have one planet in um, a fire sign, we still have three houses of fire, and we have planets of fire, um, that represent the fire signs, right? Mars and um, with the sun, the big honking fireball. Which one am I not thinking of? Oh yeah, the sun. Because we got Leo rules over that, and um, and then Mars rules over Aries, and Jupiter rules over Sagittarius. So if you look at what houses those are in, that's fire energy. It's just not as prominent, and it all depends on the aspects of how they're all connecting to. I like looking at my chart and then just Googling and asking, this, this thing in this sign in this house, da 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 da, and then see what Google brings up, Google AI, and then I go and investigate more. It's kinda like it being an investigator, and I like that instead of reading, like, a book sometimes, and I like just to zero in, and then until I get bored, I'm like, "Alright, that's enough of that. Now I'm on to something else for a while," you know? "I'm gonna go look at this. Oh, look, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna go for a walk." It's like, 'cause can only spend so much time. Yeah, Sagittarius rising. So there is fire, um, but lack of confidence, that's that intuition, right? You can follow that, as well. Let's see what this reconnects thing says here, see if it says anything else too. I could talk about it all the time. Obviously, I get excited about talking about astrology. So lunar power, oh, here's the moon, like from the bottom of the deck. The nurturing, restorative, healing, and rejuvenating power of the waning moon is the optimum time to perform this simple, mind blowing, powerful ritual for your dream work and your personal and spiritual evolution. Performing it reminds you that there is everything you need within you, like the magician card. You and your dreams are enough, right? Yeah, yeah. I like, I like that. Yeah, it's a good book. I like it. The ritual is self-love, by the way. Um, and I'll read the ritual for this one here. It says, "Find somewhere quiet to sit alone," because I feel like we could all use this ritual. So find somewhere quiet to sit alone. Place your phone or a mirror beside you. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and focus all your attention on your beating heart. Imagine you're breathing from your heart, not your lungs. Now visualize that the moon is heart shaped too and is beating in time with your own heartbeat. Place your hand on your heart and think about all the people and things you love. Open your eyes and look into your phone with camera function on so you can see yourself or your mirror. Focus your attention on your eyes and stare deeply into them with feelings of love. Then say out loud, you need to hear yourself say it out loud, and the moon needs to hear it too. So say out loud, I love the positive messages of my dreams. I like that. There's something coming in about your courage or your confidence, not your courage. Confidence, I feel like your lack of confidence comes from and it is related to fire, but it's in a way that is interesting. It is, your confidence, because you have confidence when you're doing something that you're passionate about, you have confidence. When you're doing something that you feel you're supposed to do or an expectation or out of obligation, then your confidence isn't there, and it's not confidence that's missing, it's your lack of interest, it's your lack of passion for it, and it's, eh, it's like if you really wanted to jump and leap to this other side, you would go and you'd leap and you'd make it to the other side. But if you're like, "I really don't wanna go over there," you get up there and you're like, "Meh, I don't think I'm gonna jump," because it's not from your heart, it's from your mind. Interesting, right? Yeah, isn't that amazing? All right. And then the nocturnal insight here says the relationship you have with yourself is the driving force and the creator of all your dreams. In the majority of cases, your dreams mirror your state of mind, and your state of mind is dictated by the relationship you have with yourself. It truly is the greatest love of all because you can't give to others what you don't have for yourself. Dream work often enhances your compassion and empathy, as does moon work. And both these traits are important for successful relationships. But offering your heart to others without a firm grounding in self love will result in toxic, unbalanced relationships. Your dreaming mind is wise and acutely aware that self respect and self love are the key to your success and happiness, but your waking mind often needs a reminder. That's why the fast track way to interpret your dreams is to look at all the symbols that appear as metaphors for aspects of your own personality. Absolutely everything in your dream represents something about your inner world. You are in your own hall of mirrors. This self love ritual shines the moonlight brightly on the relationships you have with yourself. It encourages you to tune into your heart and harness the energies of the moon to increase self love and restore balance and harmony to all of your relationships. Don't be surprised if you find it uncomfortable at first to look into your eyes with love and to tell yourself that you are enough. Negative messaging in childhood can often become ingrained and result in low self esteem. But the wonderful thing about dream work is that it helps you revisit and replace that negative messaging with a positive one. Your brain is highly suggestible. So the more you understand that you can change the nature of your dreams with positive thoughts, the easier it is for you to feel more positive and loving towards yourself in waking life. Wow, this one went deep today. Your mantra is, I love my dreams. And all this moon healing and moon reflection energy and getting the moon, maybe it's not astrology so much as learning more about the moon energy. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. We're doing time. I love this for you. And we got Ravit came in. Hey, Ravit, good to see you. I'll add you onto the free list here. All right, let's take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. I love all this. I feel like I'm learning a lot through this dream ritual oracle as we're reading them. And I feel like some of them we're reading of the rituals and some we aren't, because I feel like this is for all of us, right? So cheers, cheers. Let me just mix that up there. All right. So where we're at on donations, I got two for Maria P, and then one for Marissa Smith, and then MSK, and then 3 for Shanji, and then 1 for Alice, after that. We are at 2 hours, so in about 30 minutes, I will step away from donations for a moment, do, like, 30 minutes of free readings, and then return and complete all the donations, and then whatever I don't finish of donation of the free readings, in those 30 minutes, I will complete after I finish donations. Blah, blah, blah. I know. Yeah, I love it. So I'm glad that you asked the question. because they evidently had more to tell you, right? Love you, my friend. All right. So, Maria P, you are up 20002. Look at all these twos and zeros. There's that. And let's get into the PayPal here. Excuse me, burping up that coffee there. All right. So, for your first one here, I want to know Wally's and feelings towards you today. Okay, we got that. And then the thoughts and feelings on your stay overnight date. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. I just saw that you said you drink. I drank and for emotional, and he drank a lot too, and opened up. Oh, he loves you and is trying to make moves to be with you. Oh, I like that. And then something he didn't like, and messages from Wally. All right. Oh. So be honest, did you get him drunk so that he would share his feelings? You're like, no, not consciously. All right, thoughts and feelings. Yep. So we have the Nine of Swords. So the Nine of Swords, this is an energy here of, you know, um, it is nightmare and insomnia energy, and this is regarding their mind. This is their thoughts. This is the expectations, fearing expectations. We've talked about this with them just recently, how he, one of the things that he fears the most is disappointing you. And because the dragon had so many expectations, all they did is talk about how disappointing they were. And then this goes back to their childhood even before the dragon, which was, um, feeling like a disappointment and being told they're not enough and different things like we all experience as children, but it does go back to that. So this, even though these are their thoughts of fear, just know where they originate from, and they're not specific to you, but this is something that they care about. And that's all right. You know, we realize it's okay that they're fearing it because that's them for them to work through, but they wouldn't fear disappointing you if you didn't matter to them, right? Oh. And then the feelings, we got the 9 of cups. So 2 nines. This is like a emotional dream come true. So, and this makes sense why they have so many um fears of disappointing because you matter so much to them. After the stay overnight, we went from the 9 of cups to the 10 of cups to the wheel of fortune. Wow. So after your night together, boom, so many beautiful emotions, full and overflowing. The wheel of fortune, feeling so full of life, and I love that. So very, very positive energies. Even took it to a new level. The fears were gone today. They were like, "This is fate, wheel of fortune." They feel very fortunate and very grateful, and it's amazing. Gratitude um, is a fear transformer or a fear destroyer. It just transmutes the energy, and so I love that. So he says that he how much he loves and he's trying to make moves to be with you. Yes, he is. So we've got the 4 of Wands, which is joy, celebration. It is a marriage card. So I feel like it may be in the back of their mind. They are thinking about that. Um, Again, we don't normally talk about that because, of course, excuse me, that triggers a lot within you about when, come on. And we get out of the gratitude for what is and we start expecting more, right? So simmer down, Rattler. You got the 9 of Wands, which, it does show perseverance and that they are persevering. They are wanting to break through the barrier and take actions to be with you. Um, they just a lot of times hitting their head up against a wall, right? Something that he didn't like, got the Knight of Swords and the 8 of Pentacles. There was something about the Knight of Swords conversations about work, and I feel like what he didn't like, maybe you asked him, "Are you stressed at work? What's going on at work?" And he was like, "Oh god." I feel like he didn't wanna talk about it, that he just wanted to enjoy the bubble away from all that, and he didn't wanna think about it. So it really wasn't something he didn't like about you, it's just that it wasn't something he wanted to talk about. He was like, "Ugh, don't remind me." And then a message from Wally. Yeah. We got the Judgment card here, we got the 5 of Wands. This is about balancing things out, and I feel like, a lot of this is saying because I this 5 of Wands can be conflict energy, but it's also the friends they're friends, and I feel like he's telling you with this, um, Judgment card, this calling is I'm drawn and I wanna tell my friends about you and about us, and I'm getting ready to do this. I wanna do this. I know it's going to be, you know, create drama among some of my friends because some of my friends are mutual friends between us and between me and Dragon. And I know it's gonna cause some stuff, but I wanna do this and it's on my mind. It's part of what I wanna do. So I feel like they want you to know that this is something that they want, to do. Because I feel like they know that it's important for you not to be like a it's not that you're a secret, but they just have been protecting you for a while, from all that, and I feel like they want to do that. So I feel like that's the message there. Let's pull your first fortune cookie from the dream ritual. Your second one will be from the yin yang cards. This is the biggie. Let's see what else Spirit wants you to know here. Okay, there we are. And you've got prepare. Prepare for the egg to be broken. It's going to be opened up. I feel like here it comes. You're going to get what you asked for. I don't care. I don't care what kind of conflict it brings. I'm ready for it. All right, Buttercup, here it comes. Gonna crack some eggs need to be cracked to bake the cake, right? You're like, let's just do it. So I like this. Here it is. Prepare. So, your nocturnal insight says what you say or think just before sleeping will imprint itself on your unconscious. And when you fall asleep, it will continue to inform and inspire your dreams. Setting the intention to recall your dreams every single night before you get into bed programs your mind for dream recall. If you do this repeatedly over time, your conscious intention to dream will become so ingrained that your dreaming mind simply expects and accepts it. Your mind is highly suggestible. It believes what you repeatedly tell it. So if you repeatedly tell yourself your dreams are nonsense or you don't recall them, your mind will be convinced this is the truth. So the first place to ignite your night visions and better dream recall is by upgrading your thinking about your dreaming life. Of course, this is more than that, right? This is all referencing our real life. Whatever story we tell our brain the most is what it will believe in and help us create. You need to interrupt and override any blocks and negativity and replace them with the clear intention for what you want in your life, in this case, to recall your dreams. And when you do, take them seriously. Simply setting this intention will dramatically increase your ability to remember your dreams. It will also let your dreaming mind know you're ready to begin your dream work in earnest. Talking out loud to your pillow rather than affirming silently in your mind is optimum because when you speak out loud rather than think something, it gives your intention more power and encourages your dreaming mind to take what you're saying more seriously. If, however, talking out loud to your pillow feels uncomfortable or isn't possible, the next best option is to write down your intention to dream using the mantra for this ritual on a small piece of paper and put it under your pillow. There is authority in the written word. You're making a formal contract with your dreaming mind. You can then relax and drift off to sleep, safe in the knowledge that your dreaming mind is taking note. And your mantra is, I intend to recall my dreams. I like that. Right. So that is for your first one there, Maria. Let me back out here. And we will go into your second one. So for number 2, we're at 21023. There we go. Let me move this one off here. Whoops, not too far. There we are. So, and then for your second one here, let me take a quick sip here as I read. Okay. So, dark side updates. Something he doesn't like about you. When is the next sleepover? How many times next week? Updates on your grand aunt. See disclaimer and video about health. When she'll get better. We'll do all that together. What's coming next for you at work next week? Laura's thoughts and Bob's thoughts. All right. All right. So dark side updates. Yeah, it's the dream is being worked on. The dream come true card with the star card. So, he is working on it like he says he is. More action. It's balanced out. He's keeping a lot of it contained, but he is doing a lot of planning. He is doing a lot of action. So, it is going to be progressing here. And when all hell breaks loose, when it happens, just remember this is what you wanted. You're like, that's all right. Like everything, it'll eventually get through the storm. The storms are coming at some point. You might as well just, if you're ready for it, let's go, right? Something he doesn't like about you, King of Swords. You can get in your head too much. You can overthink things and overanalyze. It's funny because that's a mirror. He doesn't like it because that's a mirror of what he does too. So, you know, that's when what we don't like in someone else is a mirror about something we don't like in ourselves. So that's why we don't like it in other people because we're like, ew, I don't want to see that. But you both are big overthinkers. You read into things too much, you overthink things. Um, so there you go. When's the next sleepover and when are you guys getting together here? Ooh, you got Ace of Swords, Ace of Wands. I do feel like here it's next week because you do have here the I feel like you have 2 times. One is passionate overnight, one is a lot of talky with the Ace of Swords, and then there's one something to do with their work. Here's the Eight of Pentacles, something to do with their work as well. So it looks like a total of 3 times next week, and I feel like that it is next week is the next sleepover. Updates on your grand aunt. We have the 7 of Wands. There is clarity that comes in here, around it, around her situation. The 7 of Wands is like something being bright on a hill and being seen. Some light is being shed on things. I feel like, let me pull a when will she get better card here, because I feel like there's a lot of possibilities here. But based on current energy, what are we looking at for timing here? Yeah, at the holidays, not Christmas. I feel like she starts to get better here. What is the next big holiday? Is that May, Labor Day? Is there something in May? But it's around the next big holidays when you start to see significant change for her and she starts to um, make big changes. But I do feel like here there's going to be some light that's shed on things here very soon. What's coming for you at work next week? You've got the 5 of swords and the 2 of swords. Um, oh wait. No, that was sorry, that was Laura was the 2 of swords. So next week you have the 5 of swords. Conflict that comes in here, but the conflict that comes in here is more internal between your head and your heart. Realize that the outside world doesn't have conflict. I know. It like, well, look out there. It just has actions and non-actions, words and silence. But the conflict is the story we put to things, right? So I feel like it's an important energy for you to realize things just happen in the outside world. I get to decide what they mean or not. Because when you get in here with Dr. Laura, you have the 2 of swords where you get to choose a story of um, lower vibration and reaction or higher vibration to learn from it. So I feel like you might have a little altercation, not an altercation, an experience with Dr. Laura where you can choose the low road or the high road. And I feel like if you look at it going, look at her as your mentor that you're learning from her instead of that she's judging you or saying something. Cause I feel like she corrects you on something. And you can either go, "Oh my god, thank you so much. I'm so glad you pointed that out, and I appreciate your experience," and da 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 da, and really mean it, right? Instead of going, "Well, you guys didn't train me, or you didn't do this, or no, no, that's not right." Blah blah blah. We can always do that, and that doesn't turn out, you know, as well as if we when we take the higher road. So I feel like it's important for you with Dr. Laura next week. And then Bob, you always get he likes you. I mean, he always sees it as the wheel of fortune. He always I feel like he's like the optimist, and I feel like Dr. Laura might be a bit of a pessimist where they kind of look at how dark the clouds are and Dr. Bob looks at, "Look at the silver lining in the cloud." So, it looks like good stuff there, right? And then let's take a look here. Your fortune cookie, you've got Autumn timing card. Yeah, I love it. Kinda summarizes things a bit here because this is about starting over, soul growth, clearing, new intentions. So it's about new start energy and having a fresh perspective on things. If it's not like, you beginning something brand new in your life, it is about letting something fall away so that something can grow, um, in a positive way, though. It's all about growth, all right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Appreciate your donations. All right. Boom, boom. Right, where are we at? 218. So I probably have time for a couple more donations before I start some free readings. So we will dive in here. We got Marissa Smith is up. So 21831 is yours, Marissa. Thank you guys again for your patience and getting to all of your readings here, both free and donations. Sometimes spirit gets chatty. I know. So I do definitely appreciate your patience. All right. And then Marissa, I see your question up here. Let me just clear in here. And you want to know who is coming towards you between now and March? New or old love? Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. So thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. All right. So who is coming and are they new or old? All right. What do we have here? Okay. So between now and March, which is what, 8 days, because there's only 28 days in February. My goodness. I do feel here, it does feel like someone from your past is coming back. I know. I don't know. Well, it got the Page of Cups, Page of Pentacles. It's like because this is a new opportunity of where we had an old opportunity, and the Page of Cups is a returning love in a way. But the good thing about it with the Eight of Swords is you've let go of a lot of mindsets, some supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, thoughts and beliefs that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, and so have they. So, you both have changed, and I feel like this has been a little bit for a while. It's been, how long has it been? Well, the bottom of the deck, you have the Nine of Swords, and you've got the Two of Cups and the Ten of Cups. You got all this relationship energy, and you've been working on releasing a lot of expectations around what a relationship is supposed to be and should be and need to be and has to be and blah, blah, blah. That sucks the life out of a relationship. And I feel like what came in here, I feel like this is what they're telling us is that it would be a situation before where, both of you weren't on the same page before, but now you both have evolved over could even be a couple years. Quite honestly, it doesn't feel like, "Oh, it was, oh, in January?" No, I mean, it feels like, wasn't last year, I feel like it was the year before, maybe even the year before. So what is this? We're in 2026, right? 2025, 24, maybe 2023, because it feels like 2 years, so it would be around this time 2 years ago, which would put it in 2026 to 2025 to 2024, but it was like 2.5 years, so I think it would take it, like, into the end of 2023 is kind of this energy. If that resonates with you, just feels like that kind of, energy. Let's find out what else here. Yeah, and the Page of Swords, because I was gonna ask this was when I asked, "Is it someone new or someone old?" You got 3 pages so far, we have 3 more cards. So, new communication, heightened communication, returning communication. Let's see what's beneath all of this with these 3 cards. You got the High Priestess. So you both have had this time away, kind of pocketed away to see things from a different perspective, to really get in tune with spirit and look behind the veil and dive deep into emotion. So that is a card of the hidden was revealed to yourselves. So learned a lot about yourselves in this time here. Yeah, and the Five of Cups, you guys have also had opportunity to kind of move your low vibration emotions into higher vibration, really stepping into your power of emotional choice during these 2.5 years. And the temperance, the timing, the alchemy. And I feel like you guys didn't really know what you wanted before. You thought you knew because you were going off of each of you off of your thoughts and beliefs about what you were told about relationships growing up, right? The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. But then it was like not unfolding that way. And that's why I feel like you both were on separate pages, different expectations, and both stubborn. No, my way's the right way. No, my way's the right way. But I feel like there's been this clarity, and the Sagittarius energy of temperance is really coming in here as well. But it just definitely feels like you both have gone through this transformation in 2.5 years and let a lot of stuff go. And I feel like that's who's headed towards you. Feel like you'll bump into them, they'll come across your path, and you're going to realize how much you both have changed. So, I feel like that's what they want you to know. Let's see what your dream ritual card brings in here too. Does this sound familiar? Do you know who it is? Oh my god, my Sagittarius friend. Well, in this you do have this energy of heal, and this makes sense that you both have had this time to reflect on things. And it doesn't mean that um like that you have to "Oh god, and what if I don't like them?" It's like, no, it's they're coming across to show you how far you've come and how far you've evolved, with your expectations and things over 2.5 years. Um, it doesn't mean that you have to, like, "Okay, well, I guess I'll hang out with them then." It's like, "No, that's enough. Thank you, bye." Or you might be like, "Huh, I might just, look at this and see what comes in here." So the nocturnal insight of the heal card says there's no better feeling than waking up in the morning with blissful dream recall. Dreams that have positive emotional themes running through them, such as laughter, celebration, love, and beauty, are not just inspiring but also have healing properties. Overnight, your dreaming mind is showing you that the potential for happiness and success is within you. Your brain doesn't know the difference between waking reality and dreaming. So, if you feel happy and creative in your dreams, chances are you'll take that optimistic energy into your waking life. Have you ever had, if you ever been in a relationship and you dream that the other person's cheating on you and you wake up and you're mad at them? That's funny. Anyway, smells are processed in your brain in the areas associated with memory, emotion, creativity, and dreaming. Scents that we are familiar with can often arouse feelings and associations. For example, popcorn reminds us of the cinema. Dreams are powered by your emotions. So anything that influences your emotions can also influence the shape or themes of your dreams. This one was talking about essential oils, which says they're concentrated plant or herb essences that contain the essence of the plant's fragrance. Many of these scents are believed to have calming and mood boosting qualities, and certain essential oils have been shown to improve quality of sleep and boost dream recall. Lavender essential oil has healing and soothing properties that can help ease stress while also boosting concentration in preparation for vivid or perhaps even potentially lucid dreams. But lavender isn't the only essential oil with tranquilizing qualities that can help induce healing dreams. You might want to experiment with anise, Anise, clove, patchouli, sandalwood, and rose essential oils. All of them are perfectly safe to use alone or in combination. I keep on thinking of what's that stuff that you put on a rag to make people pass out? It's like, or you can use no, don't do that. An alternative to spraying essential oils onto your pillow is to use an infuser. In some ways, this may maximize the benefits, as an infuser will continue to release its healing scent and may make its presence felt in your dreams during the night when you have fallen asleep and are deep into your night visions. I like that. Your mantra, my dreams nurture and heal me. In fact, you might even, if this resonates, this individual, you might even have been dreaming about them or will to help you move past some emotions as well. So, and maybe that's where you just see them in your dreams and you're not in reality. But I feel like you do see them and come across them in reality too, like in the physical world. Right. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you, Marissa. Thank you again for your donation. All right, we have time for one more donation, and then I will begin free readings here momentarily. So we've got here MSK, you are up. Here is your timestamp. And let's scroll up here to your donation. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. So, again, thank you for your patience in getting to your reading. So, what do you see coming in for the rest of the month into March in love? All right, cheers, cheers. That's getting hot. Let's turn that down. Ooh, there's like steam coming out of that cup. All right, let's take a look here. So MSK. So regarding love. So let's see here. For the rest of February, we got these two. And then for March, we got these three. What did I do? want this one here, this one here, and then we do have they want both of these for the bottom of the deck here. So we'll see what we got here. Oh, okay. Okay. I get you. So the big theme of love for you right now um, does talk here about letting go of some past emotions and past relationships that don't serve you anymore so that you can go on to something that's higher here. And what this means is like the 8 of cups is like doing an emotional inventory of, you know, one piece of like the it's one is the suppressed push down emotions that we experienced when our uh, emotional inner child was being created and formed, which is 7 years old and younger, around that, even into the womb, right? And so we've got this awareness of when we experienced anger and sadness, and we're told, don't cry and don't you have that anger. And we didn't know what to do with it because our mind hadn't developed until 7 to 14, our thinking mind. So we were like, what do I do with this? I guess we just stuff it down here, because those are the three ways that we express ourselves as children: laughing, crying, or pouting, angry tantrum. And only one of those, a happy child, is usually supported. The others are told, quit your crying or I'll give you something to cry about. Or if you don't stop your tantrum, I'm going to give you a whooping. We're not allowed to express those emotions, so they get stuffed. They're charged, which is taking emotional energy, and it takes emotional energy to keep them suppressed so we don't act on them and have a tantrum in a store as an adult or break down crying in front of everyone, right? So we were taught by our mind to keep them suppressed, but now it's time to really allow our little emotional inner child, give it the space to feel. Doesn't mean you have to act on those emotions, but we can feel it with our inner child, which allows all that energy to return back to us instead of it being invested in that. So we get emotional energy back. And the other thing is looking at our relationships. Where are we investing our emotions into the outside world? What love? And it doesn't have to be just romantic, it can be friends and family and whatever. But where are we investing 70, 80, 90% of the love in the relationship is from us, and the other 10, 20, 30% is from someone else consistently. Healthy relationships fluctuate, but relationships, they all teach us things, so they're never a waste. But at some point we realize, you know what? I'm the one that's keeping this relationship alive. Maybe I need to take it off of life support, see if it lives on its own. So I back off to 50%. See if they make up the difference and start breathing emotion on their own. And if they don't, then the relationship drifts away and dies in a way. And then we get all that emotional energy back. The reason why this is important to prepare you for that page of cups is because when you are giving this energy, all this emotional energy out, our emotional bank is becoming less and less, and it's becoming bankrupt. And if it's getting close to, too much regularly going out, and our heart goes, well, there's not enough emotions in here to give to someone. So we're not ready for this page of cups. We're not ready for this new love to come in because all the emotional money is already being spent. So it's time to cut back on where we're spending our emotional energy, both in repressed and suppressed emotions and relationships that don't serve us anymore. Then you have this full bank, and your heart is like, let's go shopping for a love in our life. And then we have the emotions that we can invest in it. So that's interesting that that's below the deck. That's a big piece of your entire message, I'm sure. But for February, you got the King of Wands and the Hierophant. Yeah, which is the Hierophant is learning a lot and seeing things from a higher perspective. And that's where a lot of the energy is coming in here. The King of Wands is they are, the king is very aware and very conscious of where they're investing their energy. And that's why I feel it's coming in here is you're changing where you're investing your energy, your emotional energy, your mental energy, your physical energy, your spiritual intention energy. And with that change that you're making here, I feel like this is an important this 10 days left in February with you really releasing some old emotions, releasing some of that. This is like be intentional with where you're investing your energy. And I feel like it is learning energy these next 2 weeks. As you're getting into March, yep, you do have here, yeah, I love it. So you have the 3 of Swords, which you're really learning about, um, expectations equal disappointment with the 3 of Swords. That's where we feel heartbreak and disappointment, and it's because we're expecting someone else to be something and they don't live up to it. And when we realize all of these expectations around relationship that are supposed to be and should be and need to be are all opinion that we've had growing up. And um the when we focus in on all that, it sucks the life out of a relationship because we're focusing on what's not happening instead of what is happening, what we're grateful for about what's happening. Otherwise, it's a checklist. The way that I explain it a lot, and that spirit showed me, the mind will have all these expectations, and we start off in the negative. All these things that have to happen for us to get up to zero. That is when then abundance happens. The heart has no expectations. And if we live from that space of gratitude, then we have abundance immediately that happens because without hardly let's say you have these many expectations. If we get our mind to we'll get to abundance soon, but if one of these things doesn't happen, we experience lack and disappointment, right? So there's a lot of this. March feels like you're learning a lot about letting go of expectations around relationship and focusing on gratitude because you do have the 6 of Swords, which is leaving these 3 swords behind and seeing it from a higher perspective, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, and then there's transition and movement and this is all about lovers. This is all about romance and love. It's all the thoughts and beliefs we have around who someone is supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring into a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to begin and progress and end up, what's the outcome supposed to be, and what is it supposed to bring me, and what am I supposed to put into the relationship, and who am I supposed to be in life, and God, that's exhausting, right? And that feels like work. That's why we feel like it's so much just to get up to 0 when we're living by this, but when we start releasing that stuff, seeing it as opinion, not as fact, and deciding what my heart wants and not living from my mind, but living from my heart, then that's what changes things. I feel like this is a big thing you learn here in March. Um, You do have the 6 of Cups coming in here and the 7 of Cups, yeah. So there is this progression of emotion in March. Um, I don't feel like you meet anyone in March yet because I feel like you're preparing here for someone. Let's see here based on current energies where you're at, which is all about possibilities, right? Let's see, when is love due to come your way based on your current energies? All right, let's take a look here. Your spirit guides are funny. So within a year, yay. And so it's by the end of this year, but the more that you raise your love vibration and the more you let go of the expectations, you're raising your love vibration. It speeds things up and it brings it sooner to you. But right now it's like, well, by the end of this year is what you're on course for, but more to come. And especially with how much you focus in on releasing things the next 6 weeks, right? 6, 7 weeks into February and into March, um, the faster that your ship will move upon the waters. Yeah, like this. Your ship will move upon the emotional waters. All right, let's see what your dream oracle brings in here for you as well. All right. Right. So you've got record or record. Probably record. It looks like uh, journaling energy. Let's see what this brings in here. There it was. So, keeping a record of your dreams can help you better understand both yourself and your waking life because your dreams will be bringing you a lot of release energy around relationships too. It's going to help you. So, paying attention to dreams will be important. The simple act of writing down your dreams first thing every morning brings all the calming benefits of self reflection and encourages you to process and work through unresolved issues or things your heart noticed during the day, but your head didn't. There's the difference between the head and the heart again, right? Which you need to reflect on for your happiness. Dreams are telegrams from your heart. They need to be prioritized. And when you make dream journaling a morning ritual and build up a long term record of your dreams over several weeks, months, and years, you can also reread them with the benefit of hindsight. You may begin to recognize signs, stories, themes, and symbols that reflect patterns going on in your waking life and can then use this insight to course correct if need be. Documenting your dreams puts you in touch with the intuitive and stunningly creative parts of your brain. Profound insights may also suddenly emerge as you revisit your dreams, especially those that you initially struggled to make sense of. The only thing missing from dreams, where anything is possible, is logic and expectations, just saying. And this suspension of disbelief is a superpower. Writing down all those outside the box dreams enables you to make complicated connections that you simply wouldn't consider possible otherwise. For example, when Google co founder Larry Page was at Stanford University and not sure where his life was going, inspiration for the infinite possibility that is Google came to him in a dream where he saw all the information from the old computers in his bedroom downloaded onto one page. So your dreams can help you solve problems and or offer surprising inspirations for future directions. The age-old advice to sleep on it when you need a solution should actually be dream on it. Problem is, unless you immediately write those dream impressions down, all those flashes of potential brilliance will be forgotten, right? Your mantra is, "My dreams are writing the book of my soul." Ooh, how exciting. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that brings some clarity in there for you. That's what they have. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All righty. So we are 2 hours and 43 minutes into the session. I haven't completed any free readings yet. So I'm going to step away from donations for just a moment for about 30 minutes and complete 30 minutes of free readings. Then I will complete all of the donations. And then once I'm done with that, then I will return back and finish out all the free readings. Um, the donations I have left, I've got Sean G will be up next when we return to donations for 3, and then Just Alice for 2. I see your other one. Thank you for that. And then we have Ashvin popped in here. Hey, good to see you. You're on the list as well. So that's where you'll be there. And I will give an update here on the free readings here where we're at here in a moment. But I have been on for almost 3 hours, and I need to take a quick break, wink, wink, and so I can focus and concentrate on more readings. So I'll be right back, and then we'll begin the free readings. Thank you. All right. Thank you guys so much. Let me scooch back in here. All right. You like my new shirt? All right, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's turn that coffee off there. All right. So for free readings, I do have User PC, Swaroop Bobby, Ateshi Singh, Liveva Gata, Fairy Tale Nihal, Jean XO, Maria P, The Healing Tarot, Kat Mia, Brenda Globy, and Ravit. Not sure if I'll get through all of those in 30 minutes, but we will, we'll see. So up first, we got User PC. Don't know why I say it that way. I just feel like it feels like the WWF or something. I don't know. But let's see. You wanted a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Just hear that. Let's get ready to rumble. All right. Wow, you got some decisions coming up here because you have the Two of Swords, which is like a fork in the road and a choice between two things. And the Three of Wands is about with new information going in a different direction. And I kind of feel like you're in the middle road. Let's see if I can do this correctly. We'll do it like this, I guess. Well, we'll do it like this. So you have like you're in the middle road, right? And then here's one sword and here's one sword. So I feel like whatever this is, you're coming up to this decision point where you can't keep going in the direction that you are going. So it forks off and goes two directions and you can't keep going forward. You either have to go this way or you have to go this way. And there is a message that comes in here from Spirit saying, if you feel like I don't know which to choose, there's it's usually because you don't have enough information. Because if you had enough information, it'd be like, oh, this is what I want to do. So um for one thing, if someone is pressuring you to make a decision, then the decision's no, right? And because when you say that and they want you to say yes, right? They're like, "Oh, wait, take more time then." If I have to decide right now, the answer is no. Oh, well, then take some more time. When do you think you could have an answer of yes? Um, so that's always something that comes in, right? But the other thing here is if you don't have enough information, don't forget you've got a great host, amazing support, multitudes, thousands of beings of unconditional love and light that are just excited to bring clarity in, and you can ask Spirit, in your spiritual posse, your spiritual team does, "Hey, I'm not sure if I wanna go this way or this way. Can you bring me information that can make it a no-brainer for me to decide?" And then you'll get information from them, and then it makes it an easier decision to make. So I like that. I feel like they're I don't feel like this is a decision that's you need to make yet, because I don't feel like this has been on your mind. I just feel like it's gonna kind of present itself here in the next couple weeks, and then you're like, "Oh, okay. This is the thing that was coming. Alright. Can't continue. I have to change directions, go this way or this way. Let me see what's going on," right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And thank you guys so much also for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. It's something you can do for free to show the channel some love, bring me some love, and I'm so grateful for that. It does put us in front of other people for readings, and allows other people to see my other videos as well. So thank you guys so much. All right, Swaroop Bobby, you are up to 5105. So let's take a look here. Is your time stamp? And a financial reading, please. What's coming towards you for the coming week? All right, for finances, what's coming here for this coming week? Looks like you get three. Got these two together. You do have the 10 of Wands and the 8 of Swords. I like this energy because you do have the Page of Wands, which is the card of possibilities and changes here. So there is a lot that can happen And it can go a variety of ways, of course. But this comes in here because the 10 of Wands is a change of mindset and focal energy from burden to harvest, right? From lack to gratitude. And the 8 of Swords is about leaving behind some old ways of thinking, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around lack, but mindsets that we were taught, right? Because we weren't taught to focus on what we're grateful for in this moment, and that draws in more. We're taught focus on what you need, focus on what's missing, focus on what you want. But the thing is when we focus in on what's missing, we get more missing, not more of what we're wanting that we feel is missing. Because our energy is all about lack. Like, I don't have enough. Our energy is about not having enough, and it brings us more not having enough. But if we can change and really look at what am I grateful for what I do have? Sincerely, we can't fake energy. We can't go, "Oh, I'm not pretending. I'm so grateful for the stuff." Is it here yet? We're still focusing on what's missing, right? But when we can bring our and change our mindset to focusing on what I have and what I have had, like, I remember this situation where this bonus came in and, oh, I love that feeling of fullness and abundance. I'm so grateful for that, creator, and I remember when this I got this raise, and when I got this discount off of this thing. I just love this when I have this abundance comes in. And because we're showing gratitude and love about the abundance we have and have had, then we open the conduit and our energy draws more of that to us instead of lack. So, again, a lot of possibilities here for this coming week, but I feel like that's the big spotlight that they have on your finances for next week. All right, over the coming week. Yeah. All right. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you, Swaroop. Ateshi Singh, you are up to 53:46. All right. Here is your timestamp. H's energy towards you next week. All right. H's energy towards you next week. All right. Well, evidently, I mean, you got Ace of Swords kind of twice. You got the Ace of Swords, and then the Justice card has the Ace of Swords too, which this is about seeking clarity, trying to see things from a different perspective, a higher perspective, seeking understanding. It's more mental energy. I mean, it's swords twice. It's not, um, it's air, mental energy, not emotion or passion energy. So they're really in their head thinking about things, trying to understand, trying to, what are they needing clarity on? Just understanding. I need to understand more about you. It's like they're on a fact gathering mission. And it makes sense because I feel like we get a lot of readings on them, right? About that they have fears about being hurt. And that's why they guard their heart so much because of what happened earlier in their life. And so now they go very slow and they want to gather. I need all the information so that I feel safe. And once I feel safe, then I open my heart, then I take action. But until I know it's safe, it's all about safety and the unknown. I don't like the unknown. I got to know. So I want to know and gain clarity around things. Then I can see about what I want to do with all that information. Right. So I feel like they're really in their head thinking about, you know, those things, trying to understand who you are, who you're not, what you want, what you don't want, just all this stuff. I feel like they're just kind of gathering both with you and, talking to people, inquiring. Maybe they're getting tarot reading on you. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe they are. No, I don't think they would be. I feel like they're more logic. They might be looking over your social media. Quick, go delete things. No, I'm just kidding. But that's what's coming in, Ateshi, right now. Hopefully that resonates. But that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings. Olivier Vagara, you are up. Hello, my friend. Here is, whoops, undo that, undo. There we go. Hit the wrong button. So that is your timestamp. Will you eventually find the right career job this year? What is the right career job this year? It's always the right one because there is no wrong one. Everything is just experience, right? So it's an interesting, just a question right off the bat, right? Is why do you think there's a right job? And do you think there's wrong jobs? That's something to think about. But based on current energies, that's your homework assignment. But based on current energies, will you find a career this year that you feel is right? Which would mean that meets up to the expectations your brain thinks you should have, right? Yeah, you got the Queen of Swords and the Sun card. So I feel like there is a balance between your head and your heart. You do find something that is this balance that both your heart and your head are excited about. And the Sun card is an energy of, it's one of the most successful cards. It does shine a bright light on things. But I like it. It's very positive. But that is something to really ponder is what do I feel would be the right job? Write all the qualities of the job you feel is the right one, and then question why you think those things are what you want, and then really go, what's at the root of it? Why do I want those things? Because you're going to realize some of it is has to do with fears and what other people have told you you're supposed to want, and that's the mind, and then you have the heart. Um, and you can even do it maybe a line down a page or two separate pages. What do I think the perfect job is? And then what do I feel the perfect job is? One's from logic, the other one's from your heart and emotions. See what you get. But it does feel like you do find one that both your head and your heart are happy with. Maybe you don't get everything on both lists, but there's enough that's both of them are happy enough with it. Right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you. All right. Fairy Tale Nihal, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Oop, maybe close to your timestamp. If I can type, there we go. Here is your. So is he depressed and may he offer you something soon? All right, let's take a look here. So number one, is he depressed? Thank you. And may he offer you something soon. Oh, one of those. Whoa. Nope, I feel like it's this one here. All right. Is he depressed? I wouldn't say depressed with the Empress card, even though she looks kind of depressed and having a drink. But the Empress is actually more of a mother nature, mother nurture energy. They are nurturing themselves. I don't feel like they're depressed, but I do feel like they're pulled back, focusing in on their own emotions, their own, what's going on with them. Um, Focusing on a lot of emotional energy with the Empress underneath the surface. So I do feel like they have emotions that are there, but not to the point of being depressed. Just more self-reflective and wanting to nurture their own self. Will he offer you something soon based on the current energies? Well, you got the Two of Cups. So it does feel like they will come around here and offer something relationship wise. Let me just do a quick when card here based on current energies. When might this when be? Because who knows? It could be like a year, right? You're like, I ain't waiting around. You go nurture yourself, buddy. Let's see what we got here. Well, it's at noon on some day. Maybe they take you out to lunch somewhere. Let's see, can we have something more specific here? Well, I got don't wait around. Yeah. I kind of got that feeling, right? About how long is this going to be? They would eventually offer you something, but what are these other two cards? Yeah. Don't wait around, try later in May. So I feel like they're like, "Don't wait by the phone, release it, go enjoy your life," and then later in May, they, feels like they offer something, but I don't feel like it's like relationship, I just feel like it's, you know, they offer wanting to hang out or do something, but it doesn't feel like extreme action, it just feels like just enough to keep you on the hook kind of energy. 'Cause they're still I feel like they're in a transitional year trying to figure things out for themselves, and they, they don't want to lose the possibility in case they do choose you, um, but I just feel like it's "Don't wait around for them" is a good card to get there. Just focus on you. But hopefully that helps, Nihal. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Let's see, we start at 247, 57, 67 would be 307, and then 317. Yeah, that would be right. So we've got about 15 more minutes. I'm halfway through my time period, usually with free readings. So we'll continue here. So just so you know. So 30304 is your timestamp. Gene XO. Almost got 30303. Maybe if I would have blabbed, right? So hello to you. May you ask what is I's friend K's thoughts and feelings towards you? And also check the bottom. So what is I's friend K's thoughts and feelings in the bottom of the deck? So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Five of Swords. So there's a little bit of conflict energy underneath the surface here. Let's see what this is about. So what are their thoughts about you? Yeah, Three of Swords. There's like this expectations equal disappointment energy. A lot of this that you don't act the way that they want you to. This isn't there was someone else, right? Is this another one of I's friends? This isn't the other one, right? This feels like completely different energy. Because this one is like, I've got these expectations and you're not living up and being who I think you should be. But they also are very hard on themselves. So, when they have a high bar for themselves, then they are going to be God's little sheriff and make sure everyone else is also having these high, things that no one can obtain. So they're very tough on themselves, but they're in this, they have a big self judgment. So they judge a lot of people. Um, and Yeah, so that's like where they're at with their thoughts, which makes sense that because that's where all the expectations exist. Their emotions, their feelings, yeah, ruled by their mind. They're not in their hearts. They're very much in their head. So I feel like they get stuck in this, you know, um, energy. The heart is begging their mind to seek clarity, really get to know who they are from a higher place, not from this um, comparative, judgmental mind. Try to see it from a higher place is what their feelings is what their heart is telling them. But you got all this swords energy. They're in their head. They're a big thinker, overthinker, stinker. um, so they've got this energy, but you're in good company because everyone is on this list of you're not living up to my expectations. Well, as is the entire world, no one is. Or you can even you would never ask them this because they'd never say this to you. But you can be like, well, who is living up to your expectations? Well, no one yet. That should tell you something, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Gene. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P, you are up 30612. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here is your free reading. Just put free just in case. And a general for you and Wally. Let's take a look here. And these two here. We've got the Queen of Cups and the Moon. Wow, very emotional energy. Yeah. Well, it makes total sense with everything we were talking about in your readings because there's a lot of emotions coming up from the surface, and the Queen of Cups too is a lot of emotional energy that's, coming in. So, ton of emotions that are, eh, you know, expanding. It makes sense too because we had Venus move into Pisces, which has really expanded a lot of emotional sharing and emotional expansion, which we'll have, I think, until the middle of March when it moves into Aries, which is action with emotion. So we got some great emotional flooding energy that's coming in. A lot of feeling overflowing, a lot of hidden emotion coming to the surface. Things, well, obviously when especially when he's drunk, right? Or a little tipsy and he feels okay to share those emotions. But he I feel like compared to like a year ago, he is more apt to share his emotions than before because he's found that when he does share emotions, for the most part, um, there there's not punishment for it. Sometimes, especially when you've been drinking, they've been drinking, if you guys say things that are misconstrued, but they realize when I'm sharing my how I feel about you in a positive direction, it's always welcomed, and it just brings you guys closer together, right? Now, if it's a constructive emotional expression, whoopsh, right? Anyway, so hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they have for you right now. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Mahadev Healing Tarot. I'm pretty sure I totally murdered your name, and I'm so sorry. Here is your timestamp. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. You want to know what is the connection between Anmol and Kritika Sayani? Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. Thank you. What else? What else can we know? Anything else? I feel like there's okay, there is another card. All right. What is the connection? Wow. Well, you got the magician and the high priestess. These are, it's like the divine companions, right? Um, because you got the magician is like the high priest and the high priestess. They've got a lot of the same energies. They've got this draw together. Um, the thing is, though, the high priestess is more apt to like step away, right? And go in the high priestess temple and look at things from a different perspective and kind of is more hermity than the magician who's all about action, action, action. Um, so it feels here like Enmol would be more the divine masculine energy, the action energy, the interest energy, the one that wants to communicate. But it feels like Kritika is more to themselves and more um, reflecting on things and not so open to it. Even though there's this divine counterpart energy, there's this draw, it doesn't feel like it's very welcomed at this point from Kritika. It feels like um, there's a distance in a way between them, but there's this draw between them too. Could be past life connections that are there. That just feels like because it feels like there's this tug below the surface. And it feels like Kritika might be resisting it in the physical world and as this human, but there's stuff below the surface that really draws them together. But I don't feel like Anmol, if I'm saying their name correct, that they've done a lot of communication, a lot of action. I feel like they started and then whoosh, off to the high priestess temple they went. The Kritika. So I feel like that's kinda where it is, but I feel like a lot of the draw has to do with past life energy, but I do feel like, there is significance to their relationship too because, that past life, connection that comes in there. So, Hopefully that resonates there for you. That's what we have coming in. So many blessings to you. All right. Cat Mia, you are up 3, 11, 41. Great. Hey, Priscilla, good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here as well. So, Cat Mia, how can you avoid seeing random visions or hearing voices, but only access the correct image in awake state? All right, let's take a look here. Lay off the wine and the doobie weed. Just kidding. You don't do that. That helps. Not that I know that personally. um, let's see here. You do have the Eight of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy because a little bit of this is developing your skills. It's with practice, you can learn to hone it and in a way choose to only activate it when you're ready. I know, like I've got a huge empathic energy in my birth chart. I have like a stellium in Pisces. Even though I'm an Aquarius sun and Capricorn rising, I got this grand water trine and this little other water trine that make a kite trine of water, and I got all that stellium and then other water in my chart. So you wouldn't, if you knew Aquarius sun and Capricorn rising, you wouldn't realize there's all this emotional energy that makes me a huge empath growing up, to where it was overwhelming until I learned to build the bubble, learn to control emotional energy. And I feel like that's kind of what you're going through is, you know, it's not that you can avoid it, but you get to learn to maneuver it and control it, because it's a gift. It's not a curse. It's not something that's done to you. It's something that's activating within you. And you're like, oh, so when you realize it's not something that's, you know, happening, that's what it's, that you're out of control of, it's actually your energy that's expanding it, going, oh, it's like Superman. This is what they show me when, when he first started having those lasers come out of his eyes, he caught things on fire until he learned to control it, right? So I feel like some of that with the Eight of Pentacles is putting in the, learning how to build the muscle to control it, to where I feel like it's even like Spider-Man. They're showing me when he first woke up with his Spidey sense superpowers and he broke stuff because he didn't know his own strength. Once he realized his strength, he realized how to not overdo something, that I can lightly do something. So I like that. And you got the Queen of Pentacles and the King of Cups, balancing your head and your heart and nurturing yourself too, is important energy here. So you can also, so this is all about obtaining balance, right? And the Queen of Pentacles is grounding yourself, getting out in nature. But this is balancing your head, your heart, and grounding yourself energy. Can also ask spirit for guidance and help. And especially with voices and all that, something that I like whenever I would move into a new place, I would do an energy where I'd flood all of my area with energy, high vibration energy. And I would say, whatever is not of unconditional love, you either have a choice to raise your vibration or you need to step out. And then I never have anything happen within my energy area. And what else were you going to say? Oh, and then you can also, like someday I'll change my mind, I'm sure, and then I'll tell them. But I asked Spirit, please don't talk to me in the audible yet, because I'll poop my pants. Allow me to feel it, bring me messages, and do all that, but I don't want to see a dead person or someone standing next to me. I can see things in my peripheral. That's enough. But if they're like, "Hi," I'd be like, "Ah." I'd join them on the other side. I'd leave my body. But you can ask those kind of things. So hopefully that helps with clarity there. So many blessings, can't me. All right. I think we are at 3:17. um, so we have reached 30 minutes, right? 50, 60, yeah. So this is 30 minutes of free readings. So I'm going to return back to donations. And then after I finish those, I'll return back to free readings. Right now, I had Brenda Globy would be up next. Sorry, Brenda, we got so close. Then Ravit, and then Priscilla, and I might have here. Let's see, got Ashvin. We got you in there. Hey, June, good to see you. So we'll put June on the donation list here too. Boom, boom, and Kita. Hello, hello, Ankita. We'll get you. Whoops. On the free reading list as well. You're very welcome, Jean. All right. Thank you, June. I got your question there. Okay. So let me take a sip here. Oop, and I had another one coming in here via Z PayPal too. Oh, Maria, thank you. All right. Let's see. Let me check timestamps here. So that was 79. Okay, so that was actually before June. Grab your name here. Before June, but after Ashvin. All right. So there we go. Okay, I think I've got everyone. So for donations, I've got 3 from Sean G up next, and then 2 for Alice, and then Ashvin, and then Maria P for your number 3. And then June times 2. So you made 2 of them here too. So that's where we'll be at for the donations. And then, like I said, for free readings, I just have 4 left: Brenda, Globy, Ravit, Priscilla, and Ankita. So that's where we're at. We will jump in here. Let me just get these prepared real quick. And then we will scoot on to the readings here. Oops. All right, we are set. All right. So I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. It's something you can do to show the channel some love and show me some love. It tells me you enjoy your readings. But you're part of the love tsunami. It does help my channel get in front of others so that other people can have chance at readings and see my videos and all sorts of fun stuff. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. All right, let's get my water here. Let me take another sip here. All right, so Sean G, we are up. Got 320.06 is for yours. Oops. Here we go for number 1. So thank you for your donations via Zcash app. And now I look at the 111 and I think of your grams. So hello, hello. So let's find your red hair here. That's how I find your readings. I'm like, there they are. I love it. So did you make the right decision waiting to do the show in the Hampton instead? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, what comes in with waiting? All right. All right, and then what would have been the difference if you wouldn't have waited here? Let's take a look here. I like the bottom of the deck because you've got the 5 of Cups, which the 5 of Cups is, in a way, emotional choice energy. And so it doesn't feel like it's a deal breaker for your life or anything. I feel like I want to start off with if you didn't wait, what would have been the difference in the energy? Five of Wands, different people you would have met. Look at these fives, right? You would have met different people. Page of Swords, you would have learned some different things. And the Seven of Wands, you really would have stood out at this other one. So I feel like you would have met a different group of people, which would have brought you different heightened clarity. And again, with that Seven of Wands, you really would have stood out, amongst that group. So you'd have shined bright, there. Something about it's not, and that's the whole thing with our choices in life. There's nothing that's going to I mean, there are things that will kill us, right? You know, but a lot of stuff isn't gonna kill us. It's just a matter of taking us in a different direction. We'll eventually get into doing everything is an adventure. So, we'll have that there too. And I just feel like they're like saying you would have learned different things, some different clarity. You would have met a different group of people and you still would have shone bright, at this other one. But waiting for the Hampton, yeah, you have the calling. You're still following your calling. You're still being drawn, so your calling hasn't ended. You're still, heading that direction. You got the Eight of Wands and the Magician. Yeah, I feel like your energy will be much different. And because your energy is going to be much different, you're going to feel a different flow, right? And that's perfect, it's because it's like they're saying that if you would have went and did this other one and not waited, you would have been really freaking out and your energy would be different. Whatever you're focusing on is what you would draw to you, and it wouldn't have been, this with you choosing to wait, you're choosing you. You're stepping into your power like with the magician energy, and so your energy is gonna be much different going into it. They're saying that the energy could have been the same for both, but you're learning and growing for choosing not to go to the one in waiting as well. So you're learning about yourself, you're learning about your power, you're learning about, why you felt the way you did, and so you're learning and growing through it. So there's no wasted experience at all. But I like that they're saying and showing you here that because your energy is changing, then, you will see it differently. Yeah. Because you're more at peace with it with the Queen of Swords. You're more at peace with your head and your heart. And you have the King of Pentacles. So they're like, it's okay, be gentle with yourself that you chose not to go to one. Um, it would have been abundant. This one is going to be just as abundant with the King of Pentacles. So they're showing me a bus, and it's like, here comes the bus. I'm not ready to get on the bus yet. I want to gather my stuff. I'll just wait because I know the bus goes down here, circles back around, and comes back. Now that I have my stuff, I just walk across the street to that bus stop, and now I'm getting on the bus. So nothing lost. Um, just different. And that's all right. You're still I love that they gave you the calling card. Um you didn't sacrifice your calling by not doing it. You're just catching a later bus on the other side of the street. So, I like that for you. So, for this one, excuse me, we're gonna pull from the dream ritual, and then for your other 2, we'll use this Yin Yang Insights Oracle. So, let's find out here what else they want you to know today. All right, not all those. All right, this is the one here. Yeah, I love it. Compassion, lotus flower with a heart in it, and a dragonfly. I love that. Dragonflies are usually people from the other side, right? So I like this about having compassion for yourself and I'll throw a throat lozenge in here. All of our changing weather today has my sinuses sensitive. So let's take a look here. I think this is in the back actually. They're in different sections here. Let me find some compassion. There it is. All right. So it says when you fall asleep and the restrictions of ego, reason, and logic subside to give you nocturnal visions free reign, it is possible to make connections outside the box and associations that your mind wouldn't let you make in waking reality. That's why you may often um, that I'm gonna say, I don't know if they said this right. I'll just say often waking up in the morning with newfound resolve and creativity. That's why you find yourself sometimes, waking up to that. There is plenty of research to show that dreams can be used to problem solve. Many great scientists, inventors, writers, musicians, and artists credit their dreams as creativity hacks. For example, physicist Albert Einstein, who lived 1879 to 1955, was a vivid dreamer and said his career was inspired by a dream in which he was riding a sledge and maybe it was supposed to be sled, and approaching the speed of light when all colors blended into one. The speed of light was the key to Einstein's famous theory of relativity. Isn't that crazy? I love it. Every single night, your dreams work silently to brainstorm and make connections for you. Even if you can't recall any of them on waking, if you fall asleep pondering a problem, chances are you may wake up feeling more inspired because your dreaming mind is your nocturnal intuition and therefore programmed to problem solve on your behalf. And it can be, and it can problem solve for you. It can also problem solve on behalf of others if you ask it to. Your dreaming mind is not just waiting to be noticed by you, it also longs to be directed by you. Wow. Your mantra is I am always there for myself and others in my dreams. Beautiful. But I like that self compassion and let your heart lead you, and your heart will communicate with you in your dreams. So I like number one for you there, Sean. Thank you again for your first donation. For number two, you're at 32934. So here's your second one here. Let me move it off the list here. And let's find it up here. And then you texted B and invite him to your show. He never texted you back. What energy is around that? All right. You can just tell them they put the B in biatch, right? Boom. All right, let's take a look here. So what's going on here? All right. So we got here. You got one card and then three cards and then two cards. So there's something out of order going on. We do have the Knight of Wands and then to the King of Wands. Interesting, right? Passionate to controlled, passionate to controlled. And they do go through these phases. It's like there's this, what is this? A maturity that turns to immaturity when they flare up and when they've got this fiery stuff. And this makes sense, whenever a human is, feeling unsafe and out of control in our life, we freak out and we become little children. We act like a child, and it feels like there's something out of order in their life that's just kind of shaken them to where everything is falling through the cracks. It's almost like they go from being on top of everything and then becoming overwhelmed, everything just it's like a house of cards falls apart. Let's see what else is here, the energy around this. Yeah, we've got this calling here. This is your calling, right? Here's your calling card. Something about this is your dream. I don't want to screw it up. But then there's also what about me? What about me and my dream? There's just like this it's like this combo, this going back, it's almost like two extremes. I want to support you, but now I'm also jealous, and then I get caught up in what about my dream? So there's kind of that coming in here. Let's see what those three in the middle are. Yeah, we got the Six of Swords. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, because we got the Queen of Cups and the Three of Pentacles. I feel like this is you as Queen of Cups. Very emotional, empathic, artiste in the Three of Pentacles, creation, artist energy. And but the Six of Swords is I'm trying to let go of old ways of thinking to see things from a different perspective, but it just feels like if there's jealousy and envy got the best of me. Let's see what these other two cards are. This is weird. Queen of Pentacles, the Star card. It's all making sense because it's, the Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I'm working on my own dream kind of energy. So, you know, sometimes jealousy and envy can put a fire under our butt to get us moving and doing things. But I just feel like there's a little bit of instability in where they're coming from. Yeah, we even got below the Knight of Wands and King of Wands is that's like the Star card, the dream come true energy. I want to be seen. I don't want to see you be seen with the Seven of Wands. So there is this energy here of um and I feel like the first intention wasn't, rooted in all of that. They just got busy and they're like, I can't reply and I can't do this and I can't do that. I don't want to let you down. I'm letting myself down, blah, blah, blah. They just were flipping out with everything that went on in their life. When they calmed down, then that's when the envy and kind of jealousy kind of seems like it fell in. If that resonates with you there, it just feels like I want to be seen is a big piece of it. I don't. And that's like, I feel like fire signy energy. All of our astrology, right, has a low expression and a higher expression. Low expression of fire is look at me, I want to be seen. What about me? What about me? Energy usually. Higher expression is follow me kind of energy, depending on if it's Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius, of course. But there is that energy of more we than me as it evolves. But there, this if I feel like when they switch and go into that fight or flight mode, that's when it's all about me, 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 not you. When they're in that King of Wands balanced energy, they can show up. But I feel like there's this inconsistency. Anyway, yeah. Oh, I just wanted to zero in so that we can see the word envy. Watching, spying, gathering information, envy, trying to figure you out, keeping tabs. So they're keeping tabs and watching you and what you're doing and everything, but there's that envy. I like that they confirmed it for us. Don't. All right. So that's what they have for that one, Sean. Hopefully that helps. And then for number 3, 33612. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I really appreciate that. There they are. Boom, boom, boom. Move that off of here. All right. And then I have it up here. Whoops. So one of your clients canceled today. She said she can no longer afford the services, but she loved your work. Yeah, you want to replace that money with selling prints on your site. How will that work out for you? Oh, all right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, if you choose to sell prints, how would that work out here? All right. Let's see what we got here. Excuse me. So bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Swords, and it can go two ways. You're like, duh. But now this is about the choice of the story. But there's also two ways that you can go about it on your site, and I feel like they did give me they gave me two cards up front, but then they gave you two cards and two cards. So I feel like these are the two ways that would bring in then a conclusion. So let's see here what they want you to know up front. Yeah, I love it. Yes, temperance over time. It would take a little bit of time for it to happen, but then you have the Empress energy, which is, of course, abundance and creativity. And, your Empress is always popping up, especially Prince of the Empress once you complete it, right? um, but it's good because the temperance is about takes time, a little bit of magic, and then gold happens. So, and then the Empress, of course, is an abundance energy. So, it feels like that it could be successful with that. The two different ways. The one way you've got the Three of Swords and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, there's a slower way, but it'd be required to let go of expectations and you know do it in a different creative way. Don't do it in the way that we think it should be. It's allowing it's allowing and maybe you can do it both ways because I feel like one here is existing prints, but this one feels like with this Three of Swords and the Empress and all this about I'll finish the Empress and it's something that you create and that you'll be able to offer it later. Like you might even have somewhere something on your site where you have a prominent um, offering, on the main page, and then you have the rest of yours. And whenever you're presenting something that you feel is really special, I kind of see you doing a video talking about the backstory and the energy around it. And I feel like you kind of, how'd you call it? Like spotlighted on the front of your page, like the front. And it's more, and then you have your uh, your shop of the other ones that they can see everything in, on another page. But it feels like that kind of energy here, and it takes a little slower time with that, but it's like letting the expectations go on how it has to be and get creative on how you're presenting it, right? The other option, which I feel like you can do both, again, it's kind of that same energy, the threes. You got all these threes energy, going about it in a different way. The Queen of Wands, it's like the inspired works, I just feel like there's like a collection that you do here. It's about doing it differently. So, it's like, well, selling them on the site, but it's all about how you sell them on your site. But it feels like the importance is, yeah, and you can do two ways again with this Two of Pentacles. So they're confirming it that you can do both. Um, these two different ways of doing it, but be creative. It's all about being creative, not doing it like, oh, well, this is the way it should be done and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I, maybe even in your dreams with all these dream cards, it's like, how can I do this creatively and different that stands out? Not just selling the prints and having them available, but I feel like it's about how you present them is very important. But looks good. Looks like very positive with those energies. Just get out of your head around it, right? Your fortune cookie is belief systems, facade. Yeah, I like it because it says conditioning, expectations, conformity, evaluating long held beliefs, and awakening. So I like that it's getting out of your head and out of doing it in an unexpected way is very important. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Many blessings to you. And then we have here Alice is up 342.27. So here's for your first one. We'll circle around for number 2 here in a momentito. So, Alice, you are up here, the unboxing. So, thank you for your first donation. So, yesterday, your reading about Kyle scared you quite a bit. Oh, no. Can we get more clarity on the Seven of Swords? What kind of deception he has and his thoughts and feelings and intentions towards you? All right, let's take a look here. Like, reload the reading from yesterday, please. Boop. Okay. So this was the gentleman that you have interest in. Okay. Thank you. What else? It was the Seven of Swords. I just have to tell you. Got the Seven of Swords again, leaping out of there, but we'll find out what it is here. And getting some more clarity to put Miss Alice's mind at ease, please. All right. And I believe they're bringing back a lot. It wasn't like they were being intentionally deceptive, but they had some unresolved things underneath the surface that were influencing, like, how they were thinking, right? And, sorry, I was just, I was checking to see if you were saying something, and then I saw, Priscilla saying you mean in the chat? You don't see yourself in the chat? And that's right, I do see over here, I have your, general reading on the list here, so you're good. But I do feel here, um, Alice, that it's like, they're not intentionally being deceptive, but it has to do with these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Um, because they've got here, I mean, these are the cards that came out together. We got the Seven of Swords, but also the Three of Swords, which is expectations um and I feel like they've got a lot of expectations below the surface about supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, and they don't realize how their thinking that they've grown up with, how it really influences them, and I don't feel like they realize how different their thinking is from them growing up than other people. Not that it's like, you know, they're a cannibal or anything. It's nothing scary I feel like it's just, well, doesn't everyone think this way? Doesn't everyone believe this? You know, this is the way things go. And the bottom of the deck, oh, wow, my gosh, you got all this swords energy. You got the Four of Swords, and underneath that, the Six of Swords. I do like this being underneath because the Four of Swords is about them resting by letting go of some old expectations. And the Six of Swords, again, is another flowing energy of learning and letting go of old ways of thinking and seeing things from a different perspective. So there is underneath the surface this willingness to think differently, but it's only when they realize that their thinking is different because they assume surely everyone believes that, you know, I mean, I could say something and trigger everyone, right? Because, look at like in America, there's big divisions because everyone over here thinks this is the right way and everyone over here thinks no, this is the right way. And the truth is that both are right for each individual, but you don't realize it. You just have conflict when people are like, "What? You really believe that? Why would you believe that?" And like, "Well, why do you believe that?" "Well, this is the right way because this is how I grew up," right? So, we have that kind of I feel like they're in this period of discovery and really realizing, "Wait, maybe my way isn't the right way. Maybe there's not a wrong way. There's just different." And I feel like they're like barely going over the threshold of realizing this. So I feel like that's a big piece of this. The Seven of Swords is how am I deceiving myself and how am I cheating myself out of opportunities? But it's also conflicting thoughts that are going on inside. Underneath the surface of the Three of Swords and Seven of Swords, we do have the Four of Pentacles and the Star card. This has to do with their how they define their worth and what their dream come true is. So they're really caught into this a lot of this mental energy of the Star card, Aquarius energy, but this is almost un-Aquarian energy for the moment because Aquarius energy is the old ways don't work anymore. I need new ways. They're caught in the old ways going, this is what success means. This is how we define ourselves by the relationships we're in, by what job we have, what education we have, what kind of situations we get in our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. They're pointed outward into defining themselves, which we all have in the beginning. So they are, they've got this deceptive energy in again, it's unintentional, but it's I I have all these expectations, but I am also I tend to blame others because I feel like they're in this all or nothing energy, black and white underneath that I'm either a success or a failure. So if something's impacting my success, I've got to blame other people. And you might hear this come up in some conversations now that you're aware of it and going, oh, yeah, they are going, oh, that job. But now I'm going to this place and it should be much better. It's like the blame game kind of below the surface, but it's because of that all or nothing kind of this black and white. And they're entering beyond the threshold of learning that it's a world of gray. It's not black or white. It's not your way or my way. There's all these ways, and mine's just one of many. And realizing that, I feel like they're really waking up to that. We got the Four of Cups and the Eight of Cups. So yeah, they are letting go of some old emotions too, here. So they do have some relationships that they're leaving behind, some emotions. So they are going through an emotional transformation along with all of this. So I feel like they're on this, again, a threshold of transformation, where they're realizing a lot of their mindsets and emotions that don't serve them anymore, but they're in that shaky stage in the beginning where we're like, "Well, wait a minute, what's going on? Why are my belief systems being challenged?" Right? Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, we got the Queen of Swords. So we are I feel like they're moving into this trying to have their head and their heart balance and not be in conflict with one another. Yeah, like I said, they are going through a death and a rebirth energy. Almost feels like a Saturn return where their life is being uprooted. And the King of Cups, yeah, again, balance between head and heart. So, I feel like it was just good for you to know that they're going to be in this stage for a little while, and it's just the beginning. And that's where this conflict is coming in. This They're deceiving themselves because they can't face themselves yet. And that's where that blame comes in, where until I learn it's a sea of gray, I have to blame others because I can't face being a failure. So I will blame others for things. So if we ask them, well, tell us about your other relationship. Oh, well, they this and they that. And it's like, oh, really? Well. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your dream ritual oracle is for this one. All right, this one right here. What else do they want you to know here? Yeah, we got this receive energy. There might be some codependency, overgiver energy below the surface too, which makes sense with what they're pondering and going through is realizing that you can have two adults in a relationship. It doesn't have to be an overgiver and a taker or a parent child energy that it flips into. The nocturnal insight that this one brings in is the ideal time for clear dream recall is the first few minutes just as you wake, when you are in that delicious twilight stage between sleeping and waking. Your brain is still in a relaxed theta brain state. And theta brain waves are highly impressionable, flowing, intuitive, and creative, and therefore optimal, not just for recalling dreams, but also for reprogramming your mind with good vibes. So, this is kind of the energy we're talking about, right? I feel like they're just waking up and they're in this trying to reprogram their mind, right? In essence, these first few moments are truly sacred opportunities for your dream work. They also set the right tone for the rest of your day. Make them count by intentionally infusing your mind, your heart, and soul with feelings of calm acceptance and gratitude for whatever wisdom your night visions want to ignite within you. Keeping still first thing is important because any physical movement is a signal to your conscious mind that it's time to wake you up and move you out of theta and into the more alert and logical brain states of alpha and beta, which are not so conducive to dream recall. Excuse me. That's why it is always best to wake up naturally before any alarm goes off. Any activity or loud noise pushes your dreams into the background where they may be forgotten. Every time you blink, your brain redirects too. So try not to blink or yawn for at least a minute when you wake either. Keeping your eyes closed tricks your mind into thinking you're still adventuring in the land of your dreams. Just keep calm and for a little while longer, carry on dreaming with your eyes wide shut. Even if you don't recall any dreams, first thing, this doesn't mean you haven't dreamt. Brain scans show that we dream at least 5 or 6 times each night. We just aren't recalling them. So don't get frustrated if nothing surfaces in those few waking minutes. Simply trust that your dreaming mind has been working diligently on your behalf while you were sleeping. When you're ready to recall your dreams, when you're ready to recall, your dreams will find you. Sometimes recalling a previous dream may encourage your latest dream to surface as it connects you to your dreaming mind. Recall is also highly likely in the first 30 minutes after waking, so don't be surprised as you go about your morning routine if dream images, impressions suddenly pop into your mind. And when those dream memories visit you, welcome and delight in them. I like it. Your mantra, my dreams will find me. There's a lot of correlation with they're talking about our dreams and stuff, but they really we overlay it onto your reading too. You get like a dual message because there is this your dream of who to be with will find you. I don't feel like it's this one, but I feel like you'll learn a lot. like you do through these dreaming and the recall, but it is trying to show you something. So, all right, that's what they have for your first one there, Alice. Many blessings to you. All right, and number two for you, 35637. All right, there we go. And let's find your question up here. Oh, it's right here. So, any messages from Spirit, what they want you to know? Thank you for your dual donations. I appreciate that so much. Shuffle these. Feel like I want to switch decks here. I've been using this one for about 4 hours. So I'm going to switch and go to the Tarot of the Divine, which we used a couple nights ago. A fresh, relaxed, recharged deck. All right. What else does Spirit want you to know here? Do you feel these? Do you want this one, this one, this one, and this one? All right. So you have the 9 of coins, the 9 of pentacles. It is a bit of a hermity energy about some time with yourself and connecting to the spirit world, a bit of independence energy. It's kind of an invitation in a way from spirit to spend some time with them because they invite you into this garden where they usually have some sort of, yeah, there's a bird right there. So there's a bird representing spirit here, which, is an invitation to connect, step away, spend time connecting with them, of course, which means they have some things to show you, some things to tell you, etc. So, let's take a look here. Your first card here is the Knight of Cups. Yeah. The quest for self-love. Every night is on a quest. This one is for the Ace of Cups, which is the quest for self-love. And so, it is a message here, especially with the 9 of Pentacles, to step back and realize that every relationship that you have in the outside world is a reflection of your self-love. They're a mirror showing you what you want to find and feel for yourself or see about yourself. And the more, like, we can't give more love to others than we have for ourselves, or receive love from others more than we have for ourselves. So in the case of anyone that we're interacting with, knowing that they're only going to be able to give us, if this is how much self-love they have with them right now, Kyle, right? That's all they can give me. And no matter how much love I want to give them, if I have this huge self-love and I'm pouring love out to them, their self-love is like this. It's only going to trickle in and drip in. So, when we realize they're only going to be able to give so much and receive so much, depending on where they're at, it's important to know that. And then also our journey is to go inward and upward and find our self-love. And as we expand our self-love, then our ability to give and receive love to the outside world also expands. And then you got these 3 cups. Well, yeah. So you've got the 3 of Cups, which is your tribe, it could be your spiritual posse as well. Could be actual people in the outside world, but you got Lover's card too. This is the journey. These are the 3 cards, and the sun. Yeah, this bright light, an inner child too. Just like there's the love, I feel like they're saying here, the love expands into more than just our one-on-one relationships. It's also a relationship to groups and our relationship to ourselves. These are the three chakras. The root chakra, the red one, is how we relate to groups. Our sacral chakra, the orange one, is how we relate to one other, just one-on-one with people. It doesn't have to be just like the one, it's one-on-one with people. And then the solar plexus, the sun, the bright yellow, is our relationship to ourself or ourselves, our mental inner child, our emotional inner child, our physical inner child. So love is a journey that impacts all of that, and all is influenced by our self-love. It's all points us back to that. And then you have these 3 cards. Let's see what else we got. You've got the King of Wands, and it's your journey. Whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. And the King of Wands is an energy of getting out of our head and clearing the throne room of everyone's opinion and supposed to be's and should be's, and where does our heart, what does our heart want? And then we put a plan together and put action behind it and pursue our heart's desire, not what our mind says we thinks that we're supposed to have, right? You've got the Queen of Swords, the balance between head and heart, but also this definition of what a compatible person is. But it is this balance. The mind has all those expectations, but the heart, instead of having the mind bully the heart, going, no, this is how things have to be, they're supposed to be, they should be, they need to be, they have to be, we go, okay, mind, step off. Let's hear what the heart wants. And instead of you attacking them, I want you to support them. But I want to lead. No, the heart is going to lead, but you can support them and you can be their advisor and you can help the dreams come true. You'll find ways. And it's the change of focus, because with the Queen of Swords, you have both the King of Wands and the Emperor, which is this energy of getting out of our heads. Both of these energies are very similar because it is about, getting the noise out of our head and having the silence, deciding what I want and why I want, what does my heart want, putting that plan and action on that plan. So I like this. I feel like you're in a big discovery of discovering what is based on conditioning and growing up and what is truly in your heart of what you're wanting, which leads you eventually to marriage. So you do have marriage in your future, which I feel like we knew that there is, you do have someone, a dream. Yeah, that's when your last reading, you have a dream. Your dream will find you this person that feels like a dream come true, a very compatible person who's balanced in head and heart. Um, so, they are there. But the thing that you can do to help draw it sooner to you is the more you raise your love vibration, the faster things speed up and the more you guys are drawn to each other. Yeah. So let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Whoops. Is this one here? Yeah. It's like the cards fell, but this is the card that was the one showing, which is fulfillment of a wish. There you go. Wish fulfillment, success, achievements, happy outcome. So you will eventually have a happy ending, live happily ever after. Just gonna, focus in on here first, right? Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate you. All righty, everybody. So where we're at on donations, I've got Ashvin up next, and then Maria P, and then 2 for June. And then we will, if I don't have any other donations by then, we will jump into the last of the free readings. Let me just check one other quick thing here. Okay. Yes. All right. So, Ashvin Ray, you're up 40530. Oops. Keep on hitting that. My keyboard must be like 1 centimeter to a different direction because I keep hitting the wrong key. All right, there we go. So, Ashvin, you are up here. Let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me. And you want guidance on your mother's health. Her health is not improving, still in the hospital. When she's going to get discharged. All right. So, of course, whenever we're asking questions around health, anything like that, disclaimer down in the description area of the video. I'm not a licensed medical professional, and tarot's for fun and for entertainment purposes. So, of course, always consult professionals in making important life decisions. I do not accept any liability for anyone's choices ever. All right. So let's take a look here, Ashvin. So guidance on her health. Let's see what can we do here? Any information, please? Okay. This and here. Okay. And then based on current energies, when was she be discharged? All right. Let's see what those say here in a moment. So bottom of the deck, we do have the Five of Swords. And this is a conflict energy, right? So there is some internal conflict between her head and her heart. Stress seems to be at the root of these. Did we talk about before about, of course, whatever we're focusing on is what grows and expands. So there still is this kind of conflict that's going on the inside that's making its way to the outside, right? Let's see what else we can have here. Yeah, we got the moon card. There's some deep emotional energy, some hidden things below the surface. It's generally emotional energy. Let's see what clarification we have here. Is this thing? Yeah, we have the Justice card. So I do feel like they will find something here. This is clarity coming in with the Justice card of something that's unseen, that's below the surface, which I do feel once they find it with this Queen of Swords, this is the balance between the head and the heart. So with the conflict energy of the Five of Swords being below the surface, that there's something that's conflicted within her. They do find it here, and we'll find out timing here in a sec, but there is something that they haven't seen yet that they're gonna connect and go, "Ah," and then they can bring the balance of things in. So there's something that's off on the inside, and I'm sure they've done blood tests and they're trying to find things. I feel like they're gonna pull some more tests, and then they're gonna discover, "Oh, we didn't pull a hormone test and the hormones are off," No, not that that's what it is, but this is what we've experienced in different situations with different people before. Suddenly they realize, "Oh," or, you know, um, it's like, "Oh, we didn't check thyroid," and, "Oh, the thyroid is off. Oh, we just need to do this," and then boom, 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 and then we start to see the balance come in, you know? Below the surface, we got 2 cards. Yeah, we have the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy below the surface with the Hermit. Yeah, there's something here about again, there can be an emotional base to some of all this because it's usually something that's emotional that's if we're not paying attention to our emotional inner child or our our emotional inner child or our mental inner child, our emotional inner child's like 7 years old and younger. Our mental inner child is between 7 and 14. Our physical inner child, our bodies are 14 to 21. And if we don't listen to them, our body will get our attention for them. They're the older sibling in a way. And they're like, "Hey, you're not paying attention to your emotional inner child." Because the Empress, there's something about mother and about being alone or being abandoned and being alone energy that's here. And if they've had a loss lately, there can be emotional expression that's coming through the body too. So um, I feel like they're going to find to get to the root of some things to help the physical body, but the cause I feel is emotional. And so it's important that they get to the emotional after they find the balance of the body, because otherwise the body will go out of balance again. Based on current energies, when is this happen? Yep. Well, we've got, and I think we get the fall before for her. We got in autumn, which would be like September 20th. um, but I know that's a long ways away, and it's like proceed with caution. Now, I'm gonna pull a time card here because I feel like they're saying with this that this is they'll be in and out if they don't deal with their thing, and that they might get it outwards discharged, but then they'll just end up coming back in. Um, Let me see here. We got the Queen of Cups. Yeah, we got June 11th to July 11th here too. Again, this is the energy of the moon energy coming in here because it's Cancer energy, and that's the moon card is the Cancer sign energy. But it does feel like there's something there, but it just feels like because it says process. I think it's supposed to say proceed with caution. They might let her out too early, um, because there's something that needs to be found here. But I do feel, like we talk about, that the energy, the more that she can focus in on higher vibration emotions and higher vibration thinking, and the more they're surrounded with laughter and joy and things, it does um, allow our energy to rise, and it allows us to heal, and it allows things to change. But I feel like there's that conflict that's in the inside, and because of focusing in on what's missing or wrong, that's why it's maintaining and growing instead of dissipating. So I don't get. I'm not getting an exact, um, you know, discharge because I've gotten June to July, and then it would be what, September 20th is fall, the beginning of fall, September 20th to October 20th. But hopefully that helps a little bit. I wish they would give me more, but I feel like there's too many things that they can't give me more exact. They're just saying, well, here's one, here's another, but it's all about changing and ranges and different things. Yep, the fortune cookie you got is soul. Here's the mirror reflection. Let's see what this brings in here, see if it gives us any other information. Let me find it here. There's different sections here. It's not there. It's not there. Oh, there it was. Searching for the answers, right? So it says dreams are a secret door to your inner world, which some may call your soul. They express who you truly are, independent of ego and the material or part of you that can exist independently of your body and mind, time and space. And if you believe in an afterlife death. When you work on healing and evolving in your waking life, whether that be through meditation or dream decoding, your dreams will change too. Your dreams don't just reflect who you are, they also flag up areas of conflict or tension or what you need to heal in order to evolve. Everything we talked about, right? Dreams are like a mirror. They reveal the truth, whether you like it or not. If you don't recall your dreams, this could suggest waking stress, but it could also represent not really wanting to know yourself deeply. Dream decoding is a way to liberate yourself from hidden fears. It is a form of spiritual awakening. And although every symbol in your dreams reveals an aspect of your soul, whenever houses or buildings appear, it can be highly revealing. Houses represent your ego, and the state of constructions reveal the state of your mind, body, and soul. Similarly, scenarios involving clothes or lack of them, if there is dream nudity, depict your self image and the image you present to the world. Is your dream wardrobe an authentic expression of your inner self? And if colors impress themselves on your dreams, be aware that color is a vibrant and sometimes crucial part of symbolism. Colors have rich archetypal, emotional, and spiritual associations, and they can reveal a tremendous amount about your inner world. If your dream interpretation leaves you feeling disappointed or diminished in some way, it's not the right interpretation. The correct interpretation will always uplift and inspire you because your dreaming mind is expansive. The mantra is I'm ready to look within. You can't make it up. This is all about them looking within themselves, right? So that is what they have for you. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Ashvin. But you can even, if you remember your dreams, you can ask your dreams before you go to sleep, saying, "Show me any information I can to help my mother, please." And they'll bring through stuff. You just have to remember when you wake up. Um, so hang in there. All right. All right. Thank you, June, for your additional donation. We'll add another one on here. Appreciate that. All right. So continue on here. Let me find you here. There you are. So Maria P, you are up for number 3. Made a little rhyme. All right. So Maria, here is that. And let's get into your here. All right. Let's take a sip here and we'll dive into your reading here. All right. So, what is it that Dr. Laura will tell you next week? All right. All right. And then next week is your observation from Laura. Ah, nice. All right. How will it go? Boom, 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 boom. And how will it go? When will you get that promotion? When will you get it? Okay. And okay. These are when questions here. So when will your granddad be discharged based on current energies? When will Wally make that big move based on current energies? And then something that he loves. All right. So, what is it that Dr. Laura will tell you next week? It's your observation. All right. I like this here. I feel like, we've got the judgment card, which is a calling card. I feel like she's going to ask you in a way, kind of like career planning in a way of asking you, what is it that you would like to do? What's your next step? What do you want to do? Because you've got the world card and the magician. You got the last card in the major arcana. I'm sorry, last card. You've got the number 1. We got the 0 card before this, but this is about what do you want to do? Where do you want to apply yourself? What is your next step? I feel like this is a big piece of this is her asking you, what are your goals? What are your career goals? What would you like to do? So I would prepare that. We've been talking about that for a little while, right? It's like, what is your dream? What is it that you would like to accomplish? Kind of energy that comes in here, right? Um, so I feel like that is a big thing about because I feel like they're planning and they want to know what your interests are and what you want to do and that kind of thing, right? Um, right. And then, so how will it go? When will you get your promotion right here? So I do like it here. You got the Hanged Man, which is a good reflective energy. I feel like she's kind of doing a high level overview of things, but they have the 3 of Cups, which is it's joyful, which is a good when you're asking how it goes. I feel like you're happy about it coming in here. Yeah, I got the Empress. which does feel here's this, mother nature, mother nurture, it's abundance, it's creativity. I feel like this is when they tell you about a raise, kind of energy. And yeah, I mean, we do have here, I feel like that with that Empress, it feels like that is promotion type energy too, because, we have here the 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations, and the Knight of Wands is about movement and action energy. And, this is why I feel like there's this ending and beginning energy with the 10 of Swords, and it's this really this focus here for you on what is it? Again, it goes back to the keep on putting you back to what is it that you would like to do? And because there's this change energy that's coming in here, and the 10 of Swords feels like old rules are going away and that you're getting new expectations, which is a positive thing because it feels like you're getting a new position, you're getting new responsibilities, and that they want to change this because it's like the old responsibilities, the old expectations are going away. It's almost like they're reminding me in my old corporate life, the old job objectives, when you go to a different department or a different position, these objectives are closed out and your new ones are given to you. So it feels like there's, this is the time when she's going to talk about all this because now this will be raises, it'll be um, expectations, it'll be new positions, but it's also asking you what you want to do. Um, and um, and so I feel like that's what a big piece of all this is going to be about. So hopefully that makes sense. Um, when will your grand aunt be discharged? She goes like, at night. They're going to discharge her in the evening. Um, they're not giving me here like a specific timing for her here. They just gave a very vague one here. I feel like we answer a question on her? Maybe with someone else's reading, but I feel like we answered a question on her earlier. But I feel like they're gonna go through some tests, and then they'll like in the afternoon is toward the evening is when they're gonna discharge her. They didn't give me a date on here yet, which means we're not supposed to know yet. When will Wally make his big move? Ooh, the big move, it looks like in October based on current energies here. And so it feels like, did we get that before? It feels like this is familiar. Maybe I dreamt about it, but I feel like October is the current energies for that. And then something he loves about you. Yeah, Page of Swords. This is an interesting energy because this is about how you think. And one of the things they like is your ability to have conversations without a lot of them turning into arguments. And I just feel like you guys can communicate really well, and how honest you are, and, um, it's funny, I'm just trying to see that they're like they just like how you talk too. They like your voice. They're just like, "It's cute. I just love your voice." It's that kind of energy. So, that is what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here for you. Yeah, I like this. Ooh, I better cover that up. Yeah, we got soul ties energy here, which says soulmate, fated partnership, past life connection. So, I like that. We're asking about Wally, right? You're like, wow, this is an energy. You guys have definitely were drawn together, right? Right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. So thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. So June, we are up. Thank you guys for your patience and getting to all your readings. And um, we will definitely dive in here, see what we got going on. Let me just shuffle these up and get into your energies. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. So let's take a look here. So June 4/26/32. So here is for the first one here. Thank you for the popcorn. Let's see what we got going on here. So SS shared with you tonight that they're moving into their new shop space in March. It's double their current rental, 2,200 square feet. Reading on, is this a good business decision, both in the short term, March through the December, and then the long term? All right. See what the current outcomes are with this here. Because, of course, Spirit doesn't have an opinion on good or bad, just here's what it brings. Is this what you wanted? Because there's no lack from the other side. They're like, it's just experience, right? So let's take a look here. So first, what's the short term impacts from March to December? Like that's underneath. Got that here. And then long term effects here. We got that in these here. All right. I like it. Yeah. Here's movement energy underneath. There is clarity on the bottom of the deck. So there is definitely some lessons to learn with this coming through here. Let me get out of this thing. Let's see what these lessons are, but there is movement, lessons learned in the movement of things. So overall energy for March, for the remainder of the year, we do have the 10 of coins. There's, oops, sorry, I was showing myself here on my iPad. The 10 of pentacles, there is abundance energy that comes from it, physical abundance energy. Feels like short term for this year, it's abundance. Let's see what we come in here. Yeah, we got the Fool card, which is a lot of possibilities, a new adventure energy that comes in. We do have the Devil card. Here's the Work card. Shakes through a lot of things. I feel like this new space solves some problems and it opens up opportunities, possibilities we didn't see before that we were restricted. And as it's like new place, new energy, new options, new ideas, some things pop in. I like that. And temperance, yeah. And it's slow changing. So in the beginning, it may not look like it, but toward the end, even Sagittarius energy being November 20th to like December 20th. May not see it until the final countdown. But it does feel like based on current energies, there is new ideas, and this makes sense with the Six of Swords and on the bottom that they're, at least that's one thing that they do well. Right? That's not conflicting. Let's see what long-term effects are, though. It looks like it's a good one here. We got the Chariot, which is victory and movement, but a lot of power of choice energy that comes in here. We got the Star card. Again, this dream come true energy that comes in here. And the Knight of Wands. Yeah, we got this year of the Fire Horse is really allowing a lot of movement energy that comes in here. So they definitely have a lot of energy, like my sound effects. Underneath the surface, we got the 10 of Wands and the 2 of Cups. So there is this long-term effect here. And this, again, there's not good. You can see I'm trying to find a way to say this in a nice way, right? You're like, uh-oh. Um, the because the 10 of wands is usually a change of energy from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like a um, abundance and a harvest kind of energy. But I feel the reverse here. I feel like long term, something that felt like abundance ends up feeling like a burden. And I believe it's because it it just has this yeah, they've got this impact upon their relationship, their partnership. Because I feel like whatever this changes is happening here, you know, it just feels like it becomes a burden later. Will they have to leave the rental? Um, I don't feel like this year, because it feels like the 10 of Pentacles. It feels like it's like, wow. Um, but I feel like the long-term effects, like after December, we even got the Knight of Wands, as we go into probably, we're out of the year of the horse, February of next year. Let me see what comes in here. Will they end up needing to leave the rental? I'll just ask for this year. Will they end up leaving the rental this year and after? So will they leave the rental this year? No, they have the Judgment card. This is like this calling to see things from this bigger perspective. 5 of Wands, maybe after this year, because we do have the conflict energy that comes in with the 5 of Wands. This year feels like oddly very like abundant with their energy. Um, but there's this, it almost feels like here, we'll see some of your other questions as we dive in here, but why do I feel like, oh, this, reloading old readings right now. I'm like, why is SS still there? And it has to do with that insecurity around finances. Had them, yeah, because whatever changed with the possible future, a possible alternate future, like with Golden Child or other things, they something scared them back into not rushing to leave here. Hmm. But I feel like that they'll make it through like the first, maybe they signed like a year lease. I feel like they'll end up, based on current energies with that 5 of Wands, I feel like they'll end up moving somewhere at that time. But I feel like they're able to make it based, like I said, current energies through this year. Let's see what the Dream Ritual Oracle brings in here for this one. And of course, we do yin yang for the other ones. But let's see what's coming in here. Yeah, there is clarity. We talked about awakening. It's almost like, how you could say painting ourselves into a corner. It's like we're building ourselves into a corner. Uh-oh. Let's see what awaken brings us here. Let's gotta find it here. These are different sections. I still haven't figured out what each one. I guess if I read the book, I would understand it. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So, lucid dreaming is being aware that you're dreaming while you're actually dreaming. It is the holy grail of dreaming because once you know you're dreaming, you can potentially influence your dream. You can be or do anything. You can tap into your intuition and creativity and use whatever treasure you discover there to inspire your waking life. Lucid dreaming is the nocturnal counterpart of waking mindfulness. Being mindful simply means being fully aware in the present moment. It is noticing and appreciating your reality or the power of now, verifying whether you are awake or not several times a day for at least 2 weeks, as repetition is key, is a tried and tested lucid dreaming technique. Your dreams mirror your waking life. So, chances are, if you keep mentally asking yourself during the day whether you're awake or asleep and back this up with a physical action, this ritual will eventually filter into your dreams. Interesting. Then, when you're dreaming and you experience a reality checkpoint, you will automatically question your reality um, in a dream. But this time, the answer will be, wow, I really am dreaming. This is interesting about maybe I'm lucid dreaming this life. And if you do find yourself in that enviable position, stay calm, don't panic. Remember, just as mindfulness teaches that you and not other people, situations, or things are the creator of your life, you are also the creator of your own dreams. This is interesting because even though these cards have been talking about our dream world, there's a lot of truths that are like pointing out of what people are going through, right? Everything you experience there is of your own making. It is your dream world. Create a wonderful one. And the mantra is when I dream, I can remember that I'm dreaming. But that comes in here that I feel like this is the energy of SS that they're awakening. They're realizing I'm the one creating my dream come true in my life, right? And, there is this, um, I don't know, this realization. There's this awakening that I've got to make and this reminds me of a dream, of a past reading. I can't depend on anyone else. I've got to make things happen for myself. And I'm going to do what I need to do to make my dreams come true. So it's interesting. Before, yeah. Hey, Deb, night, night. Sure. You want to see my shirt before you go? Oh, see if I can stand up. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I guess it could be in front of the camera. Beautiful moon energy. Sleep tight. It looks like the moon that you're of your little emojis. So sleep tight, Deb. Good to see you. All right. Um Oh, okay, I see. I was looking at your other questions here. Oh, okay. So all these donations are for this one. I get you. Sorry, my back is itchy. This is one of the most wonderful gifts that someone gave me. I got an itch right there. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it was gonna bug me. I'm like, I gotta itch. I didn't want to do like a bear and rub against there. All right. So, yeah, let me get rid of these other off of here. So you have your one, three donations for all this. So thank you so much for that. I just didn't read the other questions yet, and they're all for that. So let's dive in here. Find out what we have happening here. Yeah, because I do feel like there's been this energy shift. They're reminding me of an old reading I did for someone else like years ago, where they started they started to put up with someone else's actions because they realized I can't do my dream on my own yet. So I need to put up with their crap until my dream until I can achieve my dream by myself. And they realized they couldn't do it, on their own, and so they needed to switch it up with this other person, even though it was a toxic situation, because they realized my dream is more important than that stuff, and I'll put up with that for as long as I can. This is what I feel like there's this change, because I think we talked about that last time is when it was loading in my head, I was like, what happened?" Um, and it had to do with something unfolding with Golden Child, and that they thought, "Oh, maybe we could be together and this could change and we can do this," and now and then suddenly it's dun dun dun, and things switcherooed on them. But let's take a look here. Let's dive more in here. Energy check on how the business affects the relationship with K. So what happens first? Can kind of see initial, kind of interim here. Feel like we've got months here, like the month of March, and then we've got April, May, June, July, and then August, September, October, and then into November, which we get to Sagittarius season. And then in December. Okay, so I feel like that's what we're doing with timing, right? Yeah. So I feel like that's how they wanted to go about this here. Bottom of the deck, the overall energy, and this makes sense with what I was just talking about, right? We've got the 3 of coins, which is being true to my authentic self, creating what I want to create. And I feel like that's the core for SS is I've got to be able to create what I want, you know, in this world for my dream kind of energy, right? Um, so we've got the Wheel of Fortune for March. So in the beginning, it feels like, all right, this is abundance because they're kind of riding on this high energy of like, wow, things are really going well. Things are really, you know, the wheels of fate are spinning for us, right? Kind of energy. So I feel like March feels like a happy. I feel like they're so busy, they don't have time to fight. And they're excited about creating things, and the space is big enough where we can do our own things kind of thing too. So I feel like that's like March. April, yeah, again, the world card, it feels like a victory, an ending of a cycle, beginning of new adventure kind of energy. They're still in that psyched mode. It seems like we're distracted, so we don't have energy to fight. Our energy is focused in on good things, happy things in a way. I know I'm waiting to see when it changes. March, April, May, again, go, go, go. A lot of, I feel like there's, in addition to a lot of things happening fast, May is a little bit of friction energy too. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of fiery energy flying. And I feel like that's where it's like the honeymoon is over of the newness of things. And now we're into the falling back into some old patterns here. Right. And then June. Yeah. Knight of Coins. Things slow down. And idle hands are the devil's work or something like that. Right. It just feels like there is this things come to a crawl, like business wise here. And of course, that brings stress. It brings in finances, Um, March, April, May, June. Yeah. So I feel like that is a little bit of a friction point because that's what they're, really looking at. Um, July, what's Page of Swords? Page of Swords energy. It is clarity, but I feel like this is SS's energy is what they're showing me. And this has to do with what that last thing we talked about with the awakening. So I would put like this card, the realization of I think we painted ourselves into a corner. I feel like they SS realizes it in what March, April, May, in July, because they're realizing, uh-oh, there's like this awakening, this realization of things. Then we have August, September, October. August, yep, there's this stepping away energy in August. Feels here that there's a lot of, I say, separateness in August. Maybe travel. One's traveling, one's not. One's going here, one's going. I feel like they're really purposely try not to be in each other's presence in August, which makes sense with things kind of, snippening up in June, and then July is like, I feel like where the reality hits, and then there is some, I feel like they're trying so hard to do so much and that they're not seeing a whole lot of each other. I don't feel like there's a separation, like physical separation or thingy yet there. I just feel like they're purposely avoiding each other and traveling and, like I said, trying to cover their bases, trying to get money coming in and different things like that. A lot of independent traveling. September, yeah, we have the Judgment card here, and this is this calling energy. This is where it's like a revisiting of what the dreams are, um, and seeing the difference between what my dreams are and what their dreams are, and realizing my dream is what matters. So there's this kind of, in a way, this recalibrating it of, well, I need to do what I need to do to make my dream come true. And that might mean, whatever it takes kind of energy. It's just like this, okay, almost a desperation a little bit in I gotta make my dream come true. I don't care. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do kind of energy, right? Let's see. July, August, September. Is this October? Yeah, October and November. So and this is October. Yeah, Queen of Swords. Trying to balance head and heart here. And clarity on what my dream come true is. So it does feel like, how you can have like, oh, this is my dream, my dream, my dream. And I've thought this is my dream for so long that I didn't realize that maybe my dream has changed a little bit. And there's a little bit of adjustment for SS on what my dream is in October. November comes around the mountain. Well, there is movement energy here, letting old ways of thinking go, moving into new ways of thinking. And it through all this, it just feels it's almost like they really started to kind of, this is a stretch, getting along. um, March, April, May, but May into June is when things financially, and then that's when the house of cards starts to crumble. And I really feel, especially with the high priestess in, that was August, right? August, beyond, it's kind of like this going back to the old ways of feeling like we're roommates, living in a house together kind of energy. Which takes us into right March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, December into January. Okay, that's the 12. That's the 12 months. So we got the Justice card. Yeah, so they start seeing things, clarity, a lot of clarity. I mean, Queen of Swords, Six of Swords, Justice card. It just feels like there's this change of things in our interactions, a lot of clarity in SS's mind. The big awakening, like it started to happen. It just started really seeing things differently. Something about trying to get out of the lease, maybe here with this Justice card in December, but they've only got a couple months left. I don't think anything happens from that. Yeah, and they got the Nine of Wands. This just got to persevere a little while longer. But it doesn't feel like, I mean, it's so weird, June. I feel like there's been this huge shift of what is this like? I've got to focus on my dream because everything else feels like it's falling apart. And I feel alone in a lot of this by choice, though. I feel like SS is tired of people telling him how to live their life, and almost like, and it's not blaming, but it's like people reference going, "Why are you with them?" And they just feel like everyone's focusing on what's wrong in their life instead of what's right in their life, and I just feel like they're in this not it's not a giving up energy. It feels like I'm resigning to, you know it's like quicksand is what they're showing me, and if you struggle in the quicksand, you sink deeper, and they're like, "If I just be still, I won't sink as fast." If that makes I'm trying to explain the emotion behind it, but that's as close as I can get in it. But it feels like they're like, "Oh, well," and they actually showed me too, someone being eaten by a python. They're like, that old song, "Oh, heck, it's up to my neck." They're just like, "I struggle, it squeezes me harder. I'm just maybe if I just let it consume me, for now, I'll be able to escape. Like, when I'm in its stomach, I can cut myself out, but right now, it's gonna squeeze me to death, but if I can get inside, I can cut through it and escape." But it's that kind of energy that's, kinda coming in here. But it doesn't feel, I mean, well, that explains, more or less how it impacts them and comes through there, right? Um, just, how it affects their relationship. It kinda covered that, right? And what happens and when. Kinda went through that, right? But it just feels like there's that progression, that resignation of, "Oh, well, I can't do anything about it right now." A little bit of avoidance too, right? Yeah. I wanna give you another fortune cookie here because you had donations here. Yeah, look at structure, foundation energy. This talks about wants to build a foundation, balance, building, slow and steady forming. So I want to build a foundation. And that makes sense with what they're doing. They're trying to find that that energy. And yeah, and It's weird, but attraction energy, passion, mutual feelings, feeling down, I'm sorry, drawn to someone, and and this is telling me, like, the what a shift, right? Because they were attracted to the golden child, and they thought, "This is this is my hope," right? They it was like they were a form of hope, but it's like, a gold ring that suddenly turns your finger green, and you realize that was false gold. That wasn't real gold, and it's like, "Oh," and now I feel like they're like, "Well, this is all I have right now," which, you know, it's not sad, but it's like, sometimes we that's what we gotta go through and go, "You know what? It's not always true that somebody's better than nobody," but that doesn't mean sometimes nobody is better than somebody. But that's kinda where their mentality is at right now. But I feel like, there is that until I find something, maybe something else or someone else, um, that someone else that sparks hope within me, right? Yeah, yeah. It has been a major shift, a major change. Whatever this conversation or action or information regarding the golden child, they just realized that's not that's not gonna happen. But, SS is going through a lot of transformation and change, that's happening, and as they're growing, they're realizing things, and sometimes there's a little pendulum, swing that can happen to where we revert back into what feels safe and what feels known, because that's what our inner child feels safe with, and sometimes will retract back into what we feel is safe, especially when we had a big shaking and an unknown, that unfolded here. But I feel like there was something that happened. Oh, what's this conversation about? I don't wanna go there because it's too much drama. And they were like, "Oh, I thought they would have my back. I thought they would be there for me, but I realize they're just in it for themselves too." You know? That's the change of mindset. I feel like they were like, "You're gonna be here, um, I thought you would be there for me no matter what, but, oh, I know where I fit into your life now," kind of energy, kinda with that. So, that's what's happening, June. Interesting. For now, just feel like they're kinda riding the wave and just seeing where it takes it, right? Yeah, but it's like they suddenly realized maybe you know, because I have this facade of who I thought the volcano was, and then I got reality, and then they're realizing, well, maybe it's not as, as a pretty a picture as remember it to be, because maybe I had an illusion of who I thought they were, but I'm seeing things more and more clearly with clearer eyes, I'm seeing things with clearer eyes. So, Interesting. All right, my dear. Well, as the world turns, we thought that the season was gonna be canceled, but it seems like it got renewed for another season, at least for now. Who knows? The ratings may change. It may get canceled. But based on current energies, that's what we're looking at there. I know. Interesting. Just very disappointed in the golden child's actions. They just had this idea in their head of who they would be, and it just didn't unfold that way. Right, my dear. Well, thank you for your multiple donations. I really appreciate you and all the popcorn. So, all right. Well, I do have two more donations. Thank you, Just Alice, for those. Yeah, Helga, you are late. Hey, little star seed angel. I'm at 5 hours right now. I'm going to finish these two donations. I do have four free readings that I will um, I'll complete here. Oh, Helga, you can throw one in there, and little starting seed angel, if you have a free reading, you guys can throw it in there. I've got four more free readings. I'm going to finish up after these two donations, and then I'll finish out those four remaining, and if you guys have two more, I'll finish those out. I do need to cut off at some point though, because uh, I don't want to overextend. I already had my 7 hour session last week, and they I don't want to beat that record. All right, there you go, little star angel. All right. Get you on there. All right, so Alice. So number 3 for you, Alice, is 50336. Oops. There we go. Boom, boom. Thank you for your multiple donations. I see one question. I don't know if you put your question for number 4, Alice. I don't see one listed there. So if you put one, YouTube might have erased it. So just in case. So for the rainbow, you got, what kind of relationship does Kyle want with you? More on his intentions and if you fit his idea of dream girl. Let's take a look. See. So based on their current energies, what kind of relationship are they looking to have with you? Okay. More on his intentions. Okay. Get this one here too. And then do you fit his idea of a dream girl? All right. So we'll take a look here. So, what kind of relationship does he currently want? Oh my gosh. So, this, you can't make this up. You got the 7 of Swords in this deck and the Star card. You know, they do want this dream come true energy, but it's based on that old 7 of Swords where they have this idea of supposed to be and should be and need to be in this long list, and they are looking for a dream relationship, someone that met lives up to all that long list of expectations, but they're deceiving themselves because that no one can live up to that, long list. And I feel like we'll find out here, because we've got 3 cards and 3 cards about the dream girl. I feel like we're going to talk about 3 things that they really like, and maybe 3 things that are challenging their list. So we'll find out what those are here in a sec. So more on his intentions with you here. Yeah, we've got the 9 of wands. So there is a little bit of wanting to move forward, but what I'm feeling when I'm into their energies is I have a pattern of I get up to a certain point with someone and I can't get past it, which is the 7 of swords, right? Meaning, like, I'm good about meeting someone and developing this relationship and getting to know one another, and at some point, I hit this wall where I can't get past it because I got this high bar, and I'm confirming that someone can get up to here, but there's always this last I can't get past this last barrier, and their intentions are, "I'm gonna get through it this time." But the root underneath the surface is the 4 of Pentacles, which the 4 of coins, the 4 of Pentacles is their sense of worth, and when they realize and they don't realize this yet, this is part of the 7 of swords, is I don't realize that this block isn't about other people, it's about my self-worth, and it's about that I'm defining myself by things of the outside world, which eventually scares me, and so I I sabotage. I self-sabotage because when I'm defining myself by let's say there's 3 buckets, right? Relationships, situations, and things. Relationships of all kind, friends, family, lovers, whatever. If I'm defining myself by a relationship and I'm like, I have all these expectations that I feel it's gonna fail, then I will self-sabotage subconsciously, not even consciously. All the 7 of swords is subconscious stuff, right? When we're talking about he's not aware of it, he will start to do things that, the other that tends to push other people away. This is his pattern, and he's trying to change it, but he hasn't realized yet what the root of it isn't something that can be done in the outside world, it's an inside job that has to be done, right? So, let's take a look here. We've got the what are the 3 things that he feels you are a dream person? Yeah, Ace of Coins. Feels like you have this confidence in who you are, and that's what they want for themselves, and that's something that they really like in you is that they see you as this confident person, and it's like you value you have found your worth, that Ace of Coins is finding the way of looking at our worth in a different way that I don't define myself by these things. I have, you've got a good kind of foundation, and that's what they want, and that's why they like that about you, and they see that as like, wow, that is amazing, so they see that. The 5 of Wands. Also, this is like friends groups and how you it feels like you do well in groups of people and I feel like their idea of you is that you have, you know, groups of friends and that you're able to fit in a lot of different places and like you don't have just one niche of friends. You can be here, you can be here. It's almost like Aquarius energy where you can fit into any area. You can go hang out with bikers, then you can go hang out with artists, then you can go hang out with cowboys, you can go hang out with, geeks. You can hang out with any group and fit in. And this is also one of their things. But they feel like you have that ability. Has something to do with stories that you've said, and things that you do and interests that you have in a way, and they're like, "Wow." And so they see that, but they see that as a positive, and that yeah, and you have a good balance between your head and your heart. So, there's a lot of these things that are like, "Wow, we're very compatible, and I see this, and da 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 da." Right? So they do see there are things that you're hitting in their list, Let's see what you don't know. Uh-oh. Um, when we got the 6 of swords, and the 6 of swords is about an open mind, it's about letting go of old ways of thinking and moving to new ways of thinking, and in a way that it feels like what is this? It's because they're so still connected to their like, stubborn, right? This is the way. No, this is and that you're like, "Well, I used to think that, but then I kind of see things differently, and I keep an open mind about this." And they're like it scares them. In a way, they see it as because it scares them, the way they explain it is, "I can't do that. That's" fickle isn't the word, but that's the word that's coming to my mind, but it's like you're if you can't stand by your thing, your beliefs, and you're able to change your beliefs, I don't know, that just seems fickle isn't the word, but you get what I'm saying, like inconsistent, or like you gave up on your belief, and like I can't do that. It's like, well, you can, but they're afraid to, and that's what they see as something like, oh, that scares me, kind of energy. They have the Queen of Cups. So they do see, even though they see with the Queen of Swords as someone who balances between head and heart, there's something about this emotional energy that's here. It's almost like they're comparing you to their mother. I know. um, but there's something to do here where it's like, oh, well, okay, well, I don't f well, maybe they would say this, "Well, my mom would do it that way." My mom, I almost feel like and I feel like the mom is the source of a lot of their insecurities, like, the mom had a bar. She had herself under a bar, and it's been passed down from generation to generation. So she was really tough on herself, but she was really tough on him, and so, there's, like, that kind of comparison. And then we got the 2 of coins here too, 2 of pentacles. Do you have children? I don't know, do you have children or do you want children? There's something about the 2 of coins, it's normally not that, but these 2 children really, stand out here, and there's something about wanting children or not wanting children or already having children, but it comes down to that, and that's normally not what this card means, but I feel like there's a little bit of discrepancy between what you guys want or have had. And and these are the things that are, this long list of things which no one could ever live up to. But to answer your question, it's, there are some things that they are like, yeah, 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 yeah. But no one can live up to that list that they have because it's so freaking long. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they have for that one. Alice, let's give you your fortune cookie here. And I don't see a fourth question from you. I don't think. Let me make sure I didn't miss any one up here. Okay, let's see what your fortune cookie is, and I'll take a look. I think it's this one here. Yeah. So we definitely, we got this higher self energy activation. And it's interesting because higher self integration, awakening, timeline shift. The underlying thing with the 4 of Pentacles about where they define themselves by, it's all pointing them inward and upward because the 4 Pentacles is that we are so disappointed in the outside world, um, in the instability of the outside world and the temporariness of it, because we're looking for eternal, unconditional love, which we can only find inward and upward. That's the solidness of where we define ourself, our higher self. Once we remember who we really are, boom, then we stop defining ourselves by those three buckets of the outside world, and we start defining ourselves by our higher self, by that pricelessness of who we are. And that's kind of like the you know um answer to the struggle. So right, so that's what they have there for you for that one. And I don't see another question, Alice, so I will wait to see if you post one. um in the meantime, just for time's sake, I'm gonna jump over here and finish up the free readings, and then if I see your question, we will jump to that. All right. All right, so Brenda Globy, you are up 51729. Boom, boom. Here you go. And you wanted to know, why are people saying AS will marry KTH if he's dating James? Why? Why? Why don't you ask them? What are they? Why are they saying that? You mean other tarot readers, or people? Let's take a look here. Let's see. Why are people saying this? Okay. Well, we got the 5 of Pentacles, which has to do with lack energy, lower vibrational energy, and the Magician. You know, it does tell us here, it's like, if it is, tarot readers or anyone else making predictions and things, when any of us humans are in lower vibration, it's very staticky, very loud. And the Magician is our ability to connect with spirit and bring things down into the human plane, communicate. We can all channel. The more we raise our vibration, the more we're able to separate the noise of fear and lower vibration to from the voice of the whispers of the higher realms, which are rooted in eternal unconditional love energy and joy, that higher vibration. The more you learn the difference between the two, and all the voices of the noise, the clearer, bleh, if I could talk right, well, evidently, maybe I'm in lower vibration. No, the clearer messages we receive when when our fear is turned down, our love energy is turned up, we get clearer messages. And I feel like people are saying, "Oh, they're gonna marry." If it's like people who are connecting, or thinking they're connecting, we can misinterpret things because of the noise of our brain. Our ego is louder than the whispers of spirit when we have this volume up. You got to turn that volume down, turn this volume up, then you can hear the clearer messages. There's a little bit of that's for some people. Some feels like it's based on, like, their intentions are wanting something to happen because it'll make them feel good, um and there has to do with this lack energy and this fear of being abandoned, left out in the cold, and being left behind. Some people are saying things because they want the attention um of some of these people. Like, some people want to be with, um was it Jay, and they're like, "Oh, they're gonna be married because I want them." There's a variety of different reasons for different people, but I feel like that's the big one, is that some people are in there. they're hearing some static because um, it doesn't feel like they're going to be together, right? Did we already do readings on them before? I think, right? So hopefully that helps, Brenda. Brenda, that's what we have right now. Many blessings. All right. Do we have Ravit is up 52133. So Ravit, a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Got this one and this one here. You've got the Two of Wands and the King of Swords. Wow. And there's some beautiful energy that's coming in here because the Two of Wands has to do with this. I feel like this combination is bringing in like Two of Swords energy in a way because the the King of Swords is like the master storyteller. It's about seeing things from a different perspective, gaining clarity around something. And when you do, when you're able to see things from this different perspective, then the Two of Wands is about your plans change. You alter your where you were going to go and you kind of move into the Three of Wands energy, which is with new information, I'm changing direction. And I feel like the reading is the intention of a lot of what Spirit is saying is that don't um, keep yourself on a path that you're not wanting to go on because you're afraid of what people will think about you changing your mind. That it's okay. It's your life. You have to live it. Everyone else will get over it and will whatever. Everyone's always going to have an opinion one way or another. And this is a great, with new information, you're changing your story. And so you're changing your plans. And it's okay to do that. So I feel like that's the big energy that's coming in for you right now is, sometimes, we can't figure out our entire life and go, this is the exact plan. I'm going to stick to it. It's like things change and we change and the world changes and we can change our minds. We can change our direction. We can go, I'm headed off in this direction ish. But then 3 days from now, I can be like, okay, now I'm going in this direction ish, and that's okay. Won't be the first and you won't be the last. So I feel like that is what they're bringing in here for you, whatever that may be, whether it's relationship, job, education, whatever it may be. It's okay for you to change your mind. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Priscilla. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And a general energy reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Right. Thank you. This one and this one. Got the Wheel of Fortune and the High Priestess. Two major arcana coming in here. Really like this here for you. This speaks of a fated relationship headed your way. It's a past life connection with this High Priestess energy, the way that they're showing it. It feels like you've been in a little bit of kind of feeling like solitary confinement for a little bit, where you kind of feel like, I feel alone, but you were drawn away into a High Priestess temple to connect higher, to look behind the veil, dive deep into your emotions and to understand yourself more and to release some old ways of thinking and just to really balance some good energy out here. But the wheels are turning with this Wheel of Fortune. And it is the tuna for you. It's been in a time to give you that and it's going to be a little while longer. So just go with the flow with it. But what you're doing is you're preparing yourself as well as they are, this other person, to meet by you're letting go of old thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you anymore, energy that doesn't serve you anymore, even things in your physical world that don't serve you anymore. You're doing this purging of energies in all levels, and so are they, and so it's giving you guys this because you're raising your love vibration through this, which is good because otherwise you'll do what you have always done and get what you've always gotten, right? You don't want that. You want something higher and more this, right? But this is a fated relationship that it's a relationship that you both have chosen to have in this life, and you'll know when you meet them because when you meet someone from a past life with this fated energy, it's like, you see someone and you talk with them and they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt. I mean, it's that obvious because you have this strong draw to one another, like where they're drawn to you and you're drawn to them, like you've known them and you're so comfortable with them. And there's this, because of that comfortability, you guys share things that you don't share with anyone else. And you're just like, oh my God, I've never told anyone that. I just feel so comfortable around you. And you're like, me too. It's like this meeting an old friend that you haven't seen in forever, and there's this wonderful bond. But I feel like this is what's coming forward here. So trust that everything is unfolding for you, the tune for you, the fortune, and that the feeling pocketed away has been happening for you so that you could raise that vibration by doing that questioning of all those beliefs and all those energies. So that's what they have for you right now, Priscilla. Hopefully that helps with what you're experiencing right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Ankita Moore. Ankita, hello, hello. So your timestamp here. There you go. And you want to know, what are the feelings of A for you? So based on current energies, what are their feelings? All right. Well, they're in this. We got the moon card, which is a lot of hidden emotions below the surface. So there's a lot of emotions, but they are not wanting to express them. They're keeping them down for a reason. And the Nine of Pentacles, they're in this kind of hermity, I want to be by myself energy. And I don't know. I mean, I'm getting like at this point, based on their current choices and their current energy, in a way, it doesn't feel like they will express them. I feel like I just wanna be alone, and I'm kind of, I wanna say antisocial, but right now their energy does feel like I don't wanna be around people. I have emotions for people, but I just don't wanna be around people. It just feel like whatever they're going through, they just kind of feel very reclusive, very withdrawn in, um but there, a lot of deep emotion with the moon card, but, meaning there's a lot of emotional, um, feelings of caring and love and that kind of energy, but there's a lot of other emotions too. It's almost like if I have a glass of water and then there's this pool and I'm like, "These are the feelings I have for you," and I pour it into the pool, I can't separate them out. 'Cause it's all together and there's so much going on, the whirlpool is going. So I just feel like they're in this place trying to figure out things, and they can't figure out what is my emotions I have for you and what are the emotions I have for everything else. I just feel like I'm, what is the word? Discombobulated. I just feel like I'm all over the place when I tap into their energy. So I feel like they've got something going on in their life, and that's what's drawing them you know, into this whirlpool of emotion, kinda like if you're doing somersaults in a tornado, you don't know which way's up or whatever, you're just, or a avalanche, you're in the snow. The only way you know if you're upside down is you spit. You're supposed to spit because wherever the spit goes, you're like, "Oh, I'm upside down if the spit goes this way." So, I don't know why they're bringing that up, but they're trying to just figure out which way is up in their life, right now. So, hopefully that helps, Ankita. That's what they have for you. All right. Many blessings. Right. And little starseed angel. Got you at 5:30:56. And if you're still here, I don't see a question from you if you want to throw it out there. So, little star seed angel, the energy of AM towards you, thoughts around communicating or hold it back. All right. So, the energy of AM towards you first. All right. Thank you. And then thoughts around communicating or holding back. All right. Oop, two. All right. So, their energy towards you right now, Eight of Coins, Eight of Pentacles, which is an energy of putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you know, kind of it's a transformational energy, like the caterpillar that goes into the cocoon, takes this work to transform into this butterfly. So there's, this energy here is what is this? Because I'm getting like two energies at once. I feel like part of this is their energy. Of course, everyone's a mirror, but for each other. But this, like, I'm working on myself, I'm transforming. You're working on yourself and you're transforming. And I just feel like there's so much that's going on in my life. And I feel like so much is going on in your life as them. That's what they're thinking and feeling. That they're like, will eventually kind of come together at some sort of middle, maybe, but let's wait to see where the wheels turn. It's like all the pentacles are like all these cogs in a, I would say, like in a clock or some sort of mechanism, and it's eventually going to take us somewhere, I think, but let me see and to see what unfolds kind of energy, if that makes sense. Um, and then so thoughts around communicating or holding back, right? Well, we have the Page of Swords, which is this, the Page of Swords is like is communication. So, and the King of Pentacles is that you glean what you need from it when you do. So, I feel like it's it's they're saying that if you reach out to them that you're going to get, and it doesn't mean that you're going to get what you want, but you're going to get the information that you need by whatever their response is. It's either going to encourage more or it's going to allow you to go, oh, and then you're going to release yourself from it. So I feel like in either way, they're like, it benefits you. It's a win-win because you either, and this is what's great with us communicating with anyone that we have interest in, is if you never ask, then you'll never know. And especially if you kind of are crushing on someone, if you don't ask, then you secretly are just taking yourself off the market for this person that you don't even know if they feel the same way or whatever back, right? And so when you share with them and they're like, ew, even if they go, ew, then you're like, oh, thank you. You did me a favor. I'm not going to invest my energy in it anymore. I've been holding myself back from meeting the person that I'm going to end up with for you, but now you've released me. So now I'm releasing myself, or they're like, hey, I do care about you. And, da, da, da. And they're like, oh, good. Well, let's continue to talk then. So instead of being in fear, being in stagnation and wondering, we can take action and communicate. And then we know. I did that once. I was very attracted to someone and we were great friends and I was like, I just got to ask. I just got to do it. And it's like, but what if it ruins our friendship? And I'm like, well, then it does. But um I it's better to know than to not. And then you get to move your energy, which is great. In my case, that wasn't. They weren't the same type of attraction. And it's like, well, good to know. It did make the friendship a little awkward for a little bit, but then they met someone and got married, and they went their way and I went my way, and it never happened, right? So, so there you go, little starseed angel. That's what they have for you, all right? Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Hey, Helga. There is your question. Right? It's good stuff. I think we all can learn from that one, right? All right. All right, very good. So, Alice, if you don't mind, I'm going to finish up Helga here with their free reading, and then we'll dive into yours a little more deeply there. And because this will be my last free reading for this evening as well. So, Helga, we got you at 5:36:36. And what is coming in for love for you? All right. It looks like here for right now, you're in this gaining clarity around your own self-worth with the 4 of coins. There is this, kind of, how would we say this? The 4 of pentacles tells us, like we all grow up being taught that your worth is defined by the 3 buckets of the outside world, which are relationships with other humans, job like situations like jobs, education, social status situations we can get in, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. We're all taught. Usually, this is what you define yourself by. Who you're with, who all sorts of relationships. I don't know if I said friends, family, lovers, whatever, right? Not just, you know, romantic relationships, but all of those. The thing is all those things are unstable because people change, people pass away, people walk away, and they're unstable. So when we define ourselves by relationships, we feel unstable because that's unstable. Situations never stay the same. So if we define ourselves by them, we feel unstable. And our bodies, our bank accounts, our money, right? They all deteriorate. They blow up. They burn down. They're stolen. Again, everything in the outside world is unstable and temporary. And we're taught to define ourselves by that. And it's no wonder we feel unstable because that's what happens. Our worth feels unstable. It's all points us back inward and upward, which is what this Ace of Swords is doing. It's teaching you that the disappointment you have in the outside world, the instability you see, and the temporariness of it, they all point us back inward and upward to where we realize that I'm priceless, rooted in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. That's what defines me, not anything in the outside world. Once we connect with that higher vibration and we're realizing I am priceless and it's independent of anything that's happening in the outside world, so it never changes. I've always been priceless before I was born and after I pass away, this character anyway. My worth never changed. I was always priceless and I will continue to be priceless regardless of what people do or don't do, say or don't say. And when we realize that, it doesn't mean we stop wanting love from the outside world. We just stop needing it. We're full from the inside. We fill up and are overflowing. Then what people give us from the outside world, instead of it falling short and lacking because we're filling up from the inside and overflowing, um, that changes to being above and beyond extra. So it changes from lack to abundance, but it's because of what we find on the inside. And I feel like what's coming for you in love is this realization and more. I know this sounds disappointment in the outside world is what's coming for you for love, but it's showing you what your true worth is, that's retail price out there. That's what we're worth to someone else, which changes moment by moment. If someone's not feeling good, then the opinion of everything and everyone, including us, is lower. They're feeling great, our opinion is higher. It's like, that's what retail price is. A parka coat in Alaska during the winter is probably marked up in price. Everyone's fighting over it. You're that same parka coat that's on a rack in a desert, not a desert, a tropical island on the equator during summer. You don't even make it to the clearance rack. You're just donated because no one has a need for it. That's the fickleness of the outside world. Depends on who, what, when, where. It's always unstable. But when we go inward and upward, we find that stability. So I feel like right now, a lot of what you're going through is teaching you about your self love and your self worth, independent of the outside world. And that's going to change how you perceive yourself, thus, how you perceive love in the outside world. It's no longer something you have to have and are desperate for. It's an above and beyond extra. It's dessert. It's not the main course. The main course you find in your own heart. So I feel like that's what they have for you right now, Helga. I know, but that's just for now. Right. Many blessings to you, my friend. All right. Thank you, Alice, so much for your patience in getting to this one here. Let me take a sip here. All right. So for number 4, we got 54240, right? Nope, 54220. Kind of close, but not really. There you go. You're welcome, Helga. Many blessings to you. All right, Alice. So your fourth question that you asked, because they didn't put it out there. See, they're just like, why are they keeping secrets from me? So what is your future husband like? Does he have a message for you? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, this will be my last reading because my voice is trying to go away. But I will be back tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Saturday. Saturday and Sunday. 5 p.m. Mountain Time. If you guys like to join. Let's take a look here. So what can we know about your future husband? These and what message or messages? I feel like 2 and 2. All right. Well, you don't have a future husband. You're going to be a nun in a monastery up in the mountains. No, just kidding. High priestess energy, which is past life energy, which tells me, with this being underneath the surface, is that when you meet them, you're gonna know them there. Like I was talking earlier about, when you meet someone with past life connections, it is like they're glowing in the dark, and they do have a rainbow shooting out of their butt, and because of the comfortability and the draw that's there, it's just like you feel like an old friend that you haven't seen in a while, and it's like this reunion kind of energy, and this, again, a comfortability where you just feel like open to share, and you know that it's them because you're not wondering if it's them. It's them. You're just like, oh my god, who are you? I feel like I know you somewhere, and they feel the same way, right? So that's the start. How else are they like here? You got the 5 of Wands and the Knight of Coins. They are seasoned, meaning they've been through conflict in their life, but they've transformed it, and it's taught them to be really patient here with the Knight of Coins. They have been through things where they've been on this quest of seeing their self-worth because of this conflict that they had. So they know who they are, and they've got that confidence, not arrogance. Arrogance is I'm better than everyone else. Confidence is I know who I am and what my talents are. So it's a very solid, wonderful, nice feeling. Not what I was picking up from Kyle. They're still in that trying to discover who they are and everything. This person knows who they are. And it's a solid feeling. What else about them? Yeah. So 7 of Wands. Again, there's this energy of being true to their authentic self. They don't dim their light. They don't ask permission to shine. They don't feel like they have to defend themselves either. They realize everyone has their opinions, and so they don't become defensive. They understand, people are, you know, think differently, that there's not right or wrong, there's just different. That's the kind of energy that comes in with that. Very independent, 9 of coins, happy alone, but they do wanna be with someone, but they don't have to be with someone. So there is that confidence and that security here. Financially independent, so financially secure, we like that, ching ching. And the 2 of swords. 2 of swords is the power of story. And again, this kinda goes back a little bit to that 7 of wands where they do feel like it doesn't matter what happens in the world, it's what you choose to allow it to mean. And that's kind of a lot of where a lot of their transformation came from, is like, I can either stay with the story of being a victim all my life, or I can create a new story. And they learned, I can create a new story. This doesn't mean that about me, it means this. And I like that. I like this empowerment energy that's there. Their message is to you would be, ooh, so that 2 of coins, whatever that 2 of coins from that previous reading, they feel it's empowering. So whatever you had felt about, if there's children or whatever, because this was one of the problems with the other, this is actually a positive. They see it as empowering, um, and action energy. And again, this is the power of what they choose and the change of the story, right? You just saw the comparing to mother. That's funny. Um, what other message do they have here for you here too? Yeah. No, you got this, the Magician card and the 5 of Pentacles here. They would, you know and this is, like, kind of this with this 9 of Pentacles energy, because the 5 of Pentacles normally is the fear. It's like lack energy, the fear of being left behind, being left on the cold, not being enough, not having enough, um, kind of energy. But this Magician card, 'cause I like how they're saying this, because it's like they would say, um you, with a magician, you have everything you need within you. You don't need anything else. You don't need anyone else. Um, and I don't either, but I don't need to be with you. You don't need to be with me, but I want to. And there's this loveliness in that, because there is that change of, you know, I can be happy alone. Oh, they're reminding me, I love this. Um, a friend told me this about someone they met, and I loved how it showed how they had evolved in um, their relationships, because when, we went out for coffee or whatever, and I was like, "So how's it going?" They go, "Well, I met someone." I go, "Oh, wow. So tell me about him?" And they're like, "The way I can say it is I'm already happy, being by myself." But they said they make it easier to make the choice to be happy. And I like that. And I kind of feel like that's what they would say, to you, is that I don't need you. You don't need me. I want you because you make it easier for me to choose to be happy with my life instead of harder, right? So I like that. Let's see what else they have here for you with your fortune cookie here. Here we go. Wow, yeah, definitely. They healed a lot of their inner child here, because this is all about wounding, coping mechanisms, learned behaviors, self-discovery. So they did a lot of their inner healing already. So I like that. Healthy emotionally intelligent person, right? Hallelujah. Thank God. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I really appreciate that. So, everyone, if you made it this far, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys so much. If you haven't entered our giveaway, every full moon and new moon, I do have a giveaway or a drawing where I give away one 30-minute personal recorded reading, or you can, in lieu of that, you can choose one of my energetic hedges. So, if you want to get into the drawing, you just check out that video. Also, before we have new moons and full moons, I do put out a little making the most of the new moon energy or full moon energy. We just had an Aquarius new moon earlier this week, a solar eclipse. So we're still in that energy um, as we move through these next weeks because we're right in the middle between a solar and lunar eclipse. So make the most of that energy if you want. We did move into the new horse, fire horse energy. It talks about that too. So be sure to check that if you'd like. And then also, I have a podcast called The Easier Path. And we just came out with a new episode. What's today? Friday? Yesterday, called Peace Interrupted. If you want to catch up on that one, that's there. If you want to catch up on the any of the uh, podcast episodes, the link is down in the description box of this video for the playlist. Or if you go to my main page, all the playlists are at the top as well. So exciting. I know. Thank you guys again so much for being here and for all your love and support. So grateful to be on this journey with you. And until we meet again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, hang in there, enjoy all this wonderful moon eclipse energy, dreams, 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 and have some fun because why are we being so serious? Life is a playground. Let's go play. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.